Sorry to hear that, little Morphine Annie. I had a similar experience with my mom today. We went and got dinner together, and I just couldn't eat. My goodness. Am I still muted? Oh no, there we go. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Vox in Socks. Hello, PragerU. Hello, Catalina Gearbox. Hello, Erica. How we all doing? Hello, Punky Gal. Hello to lovely, lovely YouTube chatter, Jennifer Holly. Hello, hello. Hello, Spectral Pyre. We're gonna be having ourselves a chill stream today. I wasn't sure if I would be streaming today, but the weather has pushed me towards staying in tonight. And we're gonna play some video games and chill. Maybe cover some, like, PragerU stuff or something. I don't know. Maybe get a little wild and crazy. A little down in the dirt. How we all doing? Already doing the gaming thing? Hell yeah. Hey, Larsers. Hey, Todd Pemper. Hope I had a good day. I had a stressful day, but I'm not gonna go into that. We don't need that energy. Oh, excuse me. I do have to say, guys, there are some real bangers over on PragerU to cover. Holy moly. Ah, welcome, Glenesia. You're over on the site chat. Look at you. You're over here on the screen. Doing good. Chilled and played Diablo 4. Ooh, that sounds fun. Hey, Dusty Den, how you doing? White name in chat. Just got some absolute bangers to debunk. I saw communism with my own eyes. The Middle East conflict is not complex, which I'm sure for PragerU means something completely insane. PragerU Kids expands operation, which I don't know what that means, but that sounds bad. And did Europe destroy Native American culture? Which, whoo boy. I was literally talking about this earlier today. Christopher Columbus, like, they found new documents in 2006 in an archive in Spain about how rumors of Christopher Columbus's governance of the New World was considered so cruel and so inept that, like, rumors of it went back across the Atlantic to the Spanish court, where the Spanish king was like, we should probably get someone to investigate that. Like, this is pretty unhinged, right? And so they sent an investigator, and the report that investigator made like 500 years ago was sitting in their archives until 2006. Which went to show that he was imprisoned for several weeks. Like Christopher Columbus, he was recalled from the New World to the Spanish court, put in prison, and stripped of his titles because, you know, he was destroying native culture among many other things. Like, come on. Currently baking a cheesecake and the cream cheese melted and I'm scared. I mean, that sounds delicious. Isn't cream cheese supposed to melt a little bit? The guy that never set foot in America? Well, he set foot in the Americas. I saw the communism and communism called me slurs. True. Also, I've been seeing that there's like some sort of kerfuffle going on in like online streamer politics. I I looked at it for 5 seconds and I don't know what's going on, but it seems really stupid, so I'm not going to address it.
There is a stunningly beautiful woman on my screen. Did I die? Am I looking at an angel?
Oh, PragerU, and thank you for gifting Glenessia a sub. It's very kind of you. I have felt very cute today. Isn't there a kerfuffle? True. True. I do also kind of want to check in on this PragerU show, where they're trying to do like news roundups in like a couple minutes or less, where they try and spin Argentina electing that insane guy who talks to the spirit of his dead dog through the clones of his dead dog, and who believes he is a reborn Roman gladiator who's spiritually connected to his dog because his dog used to be a lion in the Roman Colosseum. Um, I really want to hear how electing him is so inspiring, but you know, no idea what that's for. It makes your name orange. That's all it does, and it financially supports me, so I appreciate it. Hey VCC TV, how you doing? Metal Kitty Mom in the house. How you doing? But I'm scared regardless. Fair.
Glanisha is my friend. She runs a Satanist place in Second Life.
That sounds pretty cool. Get the best colors. The best colors in all the world. And as we know, it's orange, my skin tone. Why am I listed as a tier 1 subscriber? Probably because you received the gifted sub at some point. Aw, thank you, Dusty. Dusty Den. Now, folks, I was thinking I would either continue playing Ixion today, or I was thinking I could play Lost Eidolon, which looks kind of like if a Western developer made Fire Emblem. That's kind of Lost Eidolon kind of looks like that, and then Tactics Ogre Reborn is what if Final Fantasy Tactics, but with ogres. I've never played it. I don't know if it has ogres in it. I'm gonna assume from the title it's just full of Shreks. Hi there, everybody. I hope everyone's having a nice day, night, morning. I would like that too. I'm still very sad. Yeah, absolutely. Gonna learn how to make jewelry out of the crafting stuff my mom left me. That's beautiful. Metal Kitty Mom, may you find catharsis in crafting. Yeah, we're doing a Saturday stream, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Tactics Ogre, a game with layers. God damn it. Hey, Mithril Mist. Beep, boop, boop, boop. Also, our intro music coming to you courtesy of Chill Boy Beats. Everyone go subscribe and drop a like on the YouTube video. Chill Boy Beats, baby. Washed dishes, did laundry, held a satanic ritual, kind of blah day. That's fair. I had I dropped my partner off at work, had an existential crisis, and then put together a stream. And then got dinner with my mom. That is my day in a nutshell. Are they both retro-style strategy games? No, Tactics Ogre is like a retro-style strategy game. Lost Eidolon is a grid-based strategy game, but it has a newer, like, again, more Western-oriented veneer. Your mom? Yeah, my mom's out of the hospital, Catalina Gearbox. She's still not, like, doing great, but she's out of the hospital. Oh, or I could play System Shock. Which of those games sounds appealing to you guys? I was thinking we could also go over this real life lore video, why Israel was originally attacked, and see if they do a good job on Israel Palestine. Old System Shock or the second, the new one, the remake. Strip poker seems appealing. Well, that's not an option though. I mean, you can play strip poker. I'm not stopping you. So you remember nothing about today? I just know I made cheesecake. Fair. Oh, we could also go over Piers Morgan, Andrew Tate. Oh god. Okay. Yeah. Nope. We have to do this brain rot. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. We have to do this brain rot. Oh god.
Yay for autism sounds, Jack.
They're not autism sounds. They're 8-bit video game soundtracks that I make in my mind that are also real sometimes. Oh no, immediate brain damage. You guys have no idea. I wasn't going to do the Andrew Tate Piers Morgan interview until I saw that part 2 is them going over Palestine and Israel, and I mean, there's no way that can go well. Amadeus. Yeah, Glenesia. This is a blahage. You know, it's the trans IKEA shark thing, but crocheted and done in trans colors, and I love it. Gerudo Valley ain't 8-bit. It is when I make mouth sounds about it. I wish no one had ever heard of Andrew Tate. So do all who have lived to see such times. But is not for them to decide. Something Gandalf. All right. We'll watch some of this part 1, and then if it's boring, we'll go to the Norman Finkelstein thing. That should be good. Oh god, he spent 30 minutes talking to Tristan Tate too? Real talk, who gives a single shit about Tristan Tate? Like, I'm genuinely, like, who cares? I have never once heard anyone talk about Tristan Tate without, like, preempting it by talking about Andrew Tate. Whimpers a little in Scandinavian. Birdie, birdie, dirty. The language of my people. How many subs to never do the Keffels Karl Marx debate? Went about 5 minutes and wanted to throw my phone into the food processor I was working on. I mean, there's part of me that it just wants to say no subs because I have zero interest in covering that. But if you wanted to drop 100 subs, I wouldn't say no to that. Good. The Romanian authorities care. True. But I mean, like, in the audience of people who care about Andrew, in the Tatosphere. All right. Let's see. See ya, PragerU. Word of caution about Norman Finkelstein, by the way. Haven't been in the Discord in a little while. Recently found out that one of the videos with Norman Finkelstein in it, and admittedly, I became a little concerned, to say the least. This is the reason why. Apparently, he had defended notorious Holocaust denier David Irving on at least a few occasions. Yeah, look, Norman Finkelstein is not, like, a good dude. And maybe I didn't do a good job explaining that in the previous times we've covered Norman Finkelstein. Like, he happens to be very, very right about Israel and Palestine and very passionate about it. But, yeah, he's not batting 10 out of 10, okay? He's not batting 100. Wrong about trans people, though? Sure. I have no idea what his opinions on trans people are. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Let's go.
It's been...
Yo!
Here is a non-zero amount of subs to not cover the Keffels Karl Marx debate. So you can say you were bribed not to cover it.
Fair, Paladin. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. And yeah, I saw that there was a debate that happened there, and it had something to do about anvils and, like, the term they fab, and my eyes glazed over, and I am not invested in this battle at all. Also, Ukrainian links don't work in Twitch chat unless a mod posts them. Otherwise, it just turns into asterisks. The text-to-speech volume is low. That's because the computer volume is low. The videos are loud. Because you guys always want it louder.
well, nearly a year since we last...
Anyway, segment begin. Piers Morgan had Andrew Tate on, and weirdly, nobody seemed to care. I guess. I mean, like 5 million people, I guess, watched this interview, but no one really seemed to care, and I find that very interesting. Like, this made very little splash.
Andrew, it's been well, nearly a year since we last sat down together.
I'm gonna give Ixion a shot.
It was in my London studio, and 8 days after that, you got arrested. What's the year been like for you?
It's certainly been an interesting one. I've been constrained this entire year. I spent 93 days in a Romanian dungeon, 5 months locked in my house, and now I'm restrained within the country of Romania. So it's certainly been a turbulent time.
The moment you got arrested, it was all pretty dramatic. The video came out, the world saw it, a lot of people smashing into your home. Did you have any inkling, warning that something like this may happen?
I knew it. I kept saying before I was arrested on every single podcast I did, I said, you get 3 lives in the world. The first life, they're going to cancel you. They're going to slander you. They're going to delete your access to social media so you can't defend yourself. The second life, they're going to try and put you in jail for no reason. And if you continue to speak against the power, they're going to assassinate you. I knew I was on my second life. I kept saying it. I knew it was coming. I didn't know the...
Bro, Andrew Tate over here playing a video game, okay? He already down a life. He only got 3, okay? Some cat's walking around with 9 lives. He only got 3. He's on his second life, baby. And I'm not talking about the video game. Even though he dresses and kind of looks like a character model from Second Life. Huh. Also, he's pulling a real weird move by wearing sunglasses in a very dark studio.
The bullshit reason they'd use, but I found out once I was in a cell.
When you were arrested, you didn't speak any Romanian at all.
Zero.
And they didn't speak English to you.
Correct.
So you were taken to a cell. You had no idea what they were alleging you'd done.
I was arrested on the 27th of December, so because of Christmas and New Year's and other problems, they couldn't even translate my paperwork for 2 weeks. So for the first 2 weeks I was in a prison cell, I had no idea why. I was given papers in Romanian. I could read human trafficking, I understood, but I was like, human trafficking who, when, what? None of this makes sense. I waited 2 entire
Salmon
weeks
Moose.
inside of my cell before I was given an English translation, and then I realized exactly how ridiculous the whole case was. Just to clarify, I am accused of helping my friends get big on TikTok.
I am accused of being a good friend. That's all I'm being accused of. Being a very, very good friend. In fact, I'm only accused of being a good friend. Only friends.
That is what I'm accused of. I told some girls I know
He looks like Second Life 2010.
True.
how to post on TikTok to become viral when I was at the time the most viral person on the planet. And they are saying I'm a human trafficker for that reason. It is insane.
Well,
It's true. The only reason people are talking about how viral he is, or the only reason he was arrested was because of how viral he is. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, bro.
come to what you've been accused of. It's more serious than the way you've categorized it, but we'll come to that. There is a lot of speculation that the reason the Romanian authorities knew that you were back, because you were en route, I believe, to Dubai for a New Year's Eve party, is that you were interacting with Greta Thunberg on social media, and you had a pizza in front of you which came from a well-known Romanian pizza store. Is there any truth to that?
I don't think so. I think that they know where I was. A lot of people knew where I was, and they had instructions from higher up.
Does he have an
to teach me a lesson.
OnlyFriends site, do you think? BUWUEWA.
I mean, he certainly managed a lot of OnlyFriends sites. Salmon Moose, thank you for the tier 4 sub. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you. They're talking about the pizza box? Yeah.
I was on my second life, and that's exactly what I'm going through right now.
There's an irony to your situation, because you always said the reason you came to Romania was precisely because you thought you could avoid being in this situation.
Well, I loved Romania, and it's a strong Christian nation with strong traditional values. I want a life where I'm left alone by government. I don't believe in big government. I'm trying to avoid that. It felt like Romania was a place which was very safe societally, and the government was not too interested or involved in people's lives. But things change. Also, your freedom and your ability to speak the truth is heavily correlated to your insignificance. When you become large and people start listening to what you say, you soon realize you no longer have freedom of speech. And it doesn't matter where you are on the planet, if they decide you must be assassinated, you will be assassinated.
You in jail, what was that like?
Romanian jail is not English jail.
You describe it. What was the cell like?
I have to be careful what I say because I don't want to insult the Romanian justice system. However, it's exactly as bad as people would expect it to be. Luckily, it was in the winter, so the cockroaches were not too bad. It was also during Ramadan, so I didn't have to eat so much, which was helpful because of the situation. I think the most stressful thing about it is I had no idea how long I was going to be in there for. I was dragged from my house, I was given papers in Romanian, I didn't know why I was there. I found out why I was there and it was garbage. I couldn't seem to get out. I could have been held for years. It's very stressful. And the best thing you can do is turn to God and train as hard as possible. I did thousands of push-ups a day every single day.
Were you in solitary?
The best thing you could do is turn to God, which is why I did thousands of push-ups every single day. Every single day, Piers, I was doing thousands upon thousands upon thousands of push-ups. Every day. Every day. Is he Christian or Muslim? I think he might be Muslim.
In this period, 3 months?
No, I wasn't in solitary the entire time. Sometimes I was by myself, sometimes I was with other guys, and sometimes I was with my brother. So,
When you were on your own, were they keeping you in there for 24 hours a day? Were you allowed out?
no, I wasn't allowed out. There was no yard time. It was 24 hours a day, locked in a single room, probably 3 or 4 steps large, and you do nothing but stare at the wall. And you.
How many days did you do that for? On your own?
11, 12.
I mean, that's a pretty grim scenario for anyone.
Life's grim.
For you,
Life is
always
grim.
being Mr. Confident, you said, interestingly, that you wouldn't categorize what you were feeling as depression because you don't believe in the concept of depression. You and I have argued about that before. But it sounds to me, from what I've seen you say when you talked about this, that was pretty close to depression, what you were feeling.
Life's grim. And if you want to be a superhero, you have to understand in every single superhero movie, he is losing for 80% of the movie. He's going to suffer for the majority of the movie before he...
What is with, like, right-wing grifters? What is with right-wing grifters and, like, comparing themselves or the entire universe to superhero movies? Like, why? Why?
He wins at the end. I've always wanted an exceptional life, Piers, and I'm not a coward. And I knew that by telling the truth about certain issues, I was going to pay the price for it. So I won't say that I deserve to be in jail, but I certainly put myself in there by telling the truth to the populace and telling the truth and living.
But when you're on your own in that cell, what were you thinking? It's a long time to self-reflect, right?
It certainly is. And I think my number one concern when I was in jail, despite the fact that my situation was dire, were my concerns as a man and all the people I have to take care of, and my children and my family and the people I paid for and all the people who work for me. And truthfully, I wasn't worried about myself, I was worried about everybody else. And I think that's the true masculine frame.
Did you get emotional? Did you shed tears?
He has the true masculine brain, chat.
I think men are hyper.
You see, if it had been a feminine brain, it would have broken him, apparently. Like, this dude lives in such a world of delusion, or it's either delusion or grift, and I'm not entirely sure which.
Cause they secretly know they're the villain.
No, I don't think that's it. I think it's like, I think it's delusion.
Hyper emotional, we just have to control it. I was extremely busy inside of my jail cell. I had lots of push-ups to do. I was very concerned about the people on the outside. I was trying my best to get out. It's difficult for me to answer the question because it was an interesting frame of mind. I knew that God was watching and I had to perform. It's very difficult for me to go through life saying I'm the top G, I'm this, I'm that, and speak about mental resilience and mental toughness, and then the second I'm thrown inside of a solitary confinement cell, cower out. I'm not that person. There's some other people who talk about mental toughness and want to give advice, and when bad things happen to them, they end up addicted to prescription drugs. I'm not a coward and I'm not a liar.
No, but it would be perfectly natural to be emotional in that scenario, and there's no shame in admitting that.
I was emotional. I missed people. I missed them, and I knew they missed me. So I felt a strong sense of missing.
But you cried.
There were tears that...
Why does Piers keep asking him if he cried? Come on, dude.
Ran down my face, but I did not cry.
I mean, that's quite...
Water may have exited my tear ducts, Piers, but I did not cry. I did not cry. The water, it was raining in my cell that day, Piers. Just a little bit of rain.
I would disagree.
Because you're worried about admitting that. You think it sounds
Absolutely
weak.
not. That's a perfectly fine scenario to cry in, but I think the act of crying is an act of desperation. To sit and to cry is an act in and of itself. To do push-ups, thinking of your children with tears running down your face, but you're concerned with finishing as many push-ups as possible within that day, I do not consider that crying. I consider that tears running down my face.
What?
When you found out what they were...
Well, come on. I did not cry when thinking about my children. I just had some onions being chopped in my cell, and while the tears that naturally appeared out of my tear ducts streamed down my face, and I was doing push-ups thinking of my children, it was not crying, Piers.
Alleging you'd done.
Hey,
Sexual
Nindreen.
assault, exploitation, and so on. What did you feel about that? What was your first reaction?
My first reaction
I've
was,
got
the
the
standard
power.
playbook. The standard playbook for anybody who speaks up against power is sexual exploitation. Isn't it the normal one they go to? Can't we name like 10 or 15 people right now they hit them with this exact same garbage? Name a full-grown man who's 36 or 37 years old who's not had sexual relations with a woman at some point in the past. And the way the Matrix works is they lie.
But that's not the issue. The issue isn't that the issue is not that he is a sex haver. The issue is he sex trafficked people. That's the issue. You know, you can be a sex haver and not and not like sexually assault somebody. You can be a sex haver and not transport women across state and national borders to sex traffic them. Yeah, there's a lot of leeway in there, actually. Is he self-reporting right now? Oh, hardcore, yeah.
Just hit Russell Brand with it. I think they hit P. Diddy with it this morning.
Yes, Russell Brand, the guy who learned that the allegations were coming and immediately started doing a show about how the deep state was out to get him. About how, like, all of the world's conspiracy theories were actually correct and coming to fruition in his personal life. Yeah. Nindreen, how you doing? Where you been?
Julian Assange just got hit with it. He's still in a cell.
But lots of people get hit with
Wait, what do you mean Julian Assange just got hit with it? Julian Assange, those allegations have been out for like a decade and a half.
these allegations and it turns out to be true.
A lot of people get hit with them and they turn out to be false.
Yeah, but you're sort of trying to make out all the people you just named are innocent. You don't know that.
Of course I don't know that, but a lot of people get hit and it turns
Why
out to
would
be
you
false.
why would you assume they're innocent?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because the way the Matrix operates is it chooses something which is heinous. If they accused me of drug dealing, nobody would care. They choose something which is heinous, so the process itself is a punishment. So they damage your reputation throughout the process, regardless of whether it's successful or not. Then what they do is they lie by omission. They throw you in a cell and they contact everyone you've ever interacted with. 2,000 people I know were called, and they were looking for one person to say they're a victim. By the way, they failed. They did not even find one. But if they did, they would then say, Andrew Tate's victim, he's a sexual assaulter, and they would remove the testimony of the 1,999 people who said I'm a very nice man. Lie by omission, and then they put together this entire package, use the mainstream media to convince the world that you deserve to be in jail, and that is how the Matrix operates.
I mean, to be clear, I don't know if you're guilty or not.
I do.
You're perfectly entitled to say that, and you know, right?
Of course I know.
But I don't know, and I will await any trial that comes to see what comes out in the trial and see what happens, right? So I'm not going to prejudge the trial. I'm not going to judge you and say, I think you're guilty. I don't know, right? We are where we are. You've been charged with serious crimes, and it's likely you'll face a trial, and we'll see how that all plays out, obviously. Going back to jail, how are you treated
We'll see how that all plays out. I'm sure it'll go great for you, buddy. Anyway.
by other people?
Everybody in jail was extremely apologetic to me. All of the staff, the police officers, everyone who worked in the jail, the person who served me my meal, everybody was very sorry for what happened to me. They made it very clear they knew it was garbage, and they were apologetic. That was the only vibe I could give you. They were kind of like, listen, you got too big, I'm sorry, this is how things work, and sorry, here's your meal. Nobody had any real problem with me. None of the prisoners had a problem with me.
Did you get into any fights?
There was a couple scenarios where violence could have occurred, but I think
There were, oh God, I have to tell you guys, I just realized who Andrew Tate reminds me of. He reminds me of Mac from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Like, he reminds me of that guy. Just like, there were a couple of threats that came into the bar and I neutralized them to the best of my ability. Like, dude, he's just Mac from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Yeah, did some guys try to fight? Yeah, some people did try to fight me, Piers. 100%. They were big dudes, just absolutely ripped. And, they did their best to fight me, but I was too powerful. My massive biceps that I've really been working on came in handy, along with my expert jujitsu skills.
once people realize that violence is a certainty and that you do not operate under a fearful realm, they often aren't so interested.
So people threatened you?
I wouldn't say they threatened me, but they would have liked to have got the opportunity to threaten me.
And what happened?
And they realized that would have been a bad decision. And all in all...
Well, what did you say to them? Because you don't speak Romanian, so...
I didn't, you're right. I actually...
Shit, you're right, I don't speak Romanian, I couldn't... I simply flexed, Piers. I flexed so hard my shirt ripped off. and I flexed at them to assert dominance while staring at them and going, "Ah!" and they simply backed off.
I actually used a quote from Street Fighter. I said,
No! Fuck you! What? That is somehow sillier than I thought it would be. You used a quote from Street Fighter? From Street Fighter.
I quoted Dowson, and I said, they do not understand the secrets of yoga fire, because I knew they had no idea what I was talking about. It was near the washing machines, and they looked at me like I was completely crazy, and they walked away.
There's more than one person.
Correct.
And they made it clear what? That they wanted to...
I have to be careful what I say, because I'm still beholden to the Romanian judicial.
Yeah, I quoted Street Fighter at them, and the situation resolved itself, Piers. What do you mean by that? I mean the situation resolved itself, Piers.
Yeah, but that's just an incident in jail. That's
Correct.
nothing to do with the system.
An incident report was written, and it's better I don't mention it.
But there was a direct threat to you.
I've
What?
had threats, yeah, and I have threats every single day of my life, and I think jail
Please
is a
stop asking me,
hyper-pressurized
Piers.
version of reality, and you need to have an extremely strong mind so you don't attack yourself, and an extremely strong body so others don't attack you. And I understood that there was a threat of violence at all times, and I just decided to go through life extremely respectfully, but make it clear if that's a decision somebody else wants to make, that I'm prepared to partake.
One of the things I would think about, other than my family, immediate family, but one particular member of my family, if I found myself in jail, would be my mother, and what she would be feeling and what she'd be thinking. She's been incredibly supportive to me. I know yours has to you. Did you think about your mother?
I was extremely concerned for her. I was concerned because the media establishment were hounding her. She was obviously very worried, but she knew she raised strong sons. But we're her #1 protectors, and I was concerned for her. I wasn't concerned for myself in jail. I didn't even suffer in jail as much as I did when I got out. I didn't have nightmares in jail. I had nightmares once I left jail. I was in the middle of a battle. I don't think you get PTSD while you're fighting. You get it afterwards. I was in the middle of a battle trying to make sure that everybody I love and care about is taken care of, and trying to make sure that bills are paid. Please understand, the day I was arrested, which is a year ago, every single bank account that I have was frozen. All of my assets were taken. I haven't had a
But there were 2 assets they couldn't take away from me, Piers. Mwah. Mwah. Ah! And I invested in them in prison.
dollar of money
You had 10
since January.
cars taken, I think.
15.
15 cars and how many properties?
15 cars, 6 properties, 20 diamond watches, gold bars,
Is the I'm doing my best over here, guys. Like, this is I'm trying my best here. Like, I've turned the master volume down to like 5%. And this is at max volume. I can turn it up more, but Jesus.
cash, land, every single bank account, millions and millions and
What was
millions
the
of
total
dollars.
value of everything they seized?
16, 17 million?
Pounds?
Yeah. And they took all of it. And I still don't have access to any of these things.
I mean, as we're doing this interview, you're expecting to hear sometime today as to whether you may get those possessions back. Is it all or nothing? Do you get it all back or nothing?
Correct. As we sit here, the judge is deciding whether I get all of my items returned or I get none of them returned. And truthfully, under the law, I should have never had them taken in the first place. So we're going to see what the judge decides. And I have to put my faith within the Romanian judicial system. I have no other choice. I'm not a coward. I'm not going to run. But let's not talk about the Romanian judicial system. Let's talk about the judicial systems of the world. I've recently seen some very scary decisions in America and England and these Western
Remember Tate was on
democratic
Big
nations.
Brother?
You see people
I
doing 20 years for attending
constantly
peaceful
forget
protests. So you start to sit and wonder when you're in these situations, what is a trial? What is a judge? What is this? These are just people in a room.
Which piece?
What is a trial anyway? Andrew, like, you're about to be sentenced. What is it anyway? These are just people. These are just systems of flesh and blood.
Peaceful protest you're talking about?
There's been a few. And I
Who's got 20 years for attending a peaceful protest?
I don't want to say names. I saw it somewhere on Twitter. Somebody attended, I think it was a protest, a pro-Trump protest, and they ended up getting 20 years.
Well, if you're talking about the January 6th riots, they were riots where people died.
Well, it's interesting.
They're not peaceful protests.
Well, it's interesting because the world is actually very nuanced. And what I tried.
But that wasn't nuanced. That was a huge mob of
What
people
I tried to do,
attacking
Piers.
the U.S. Capitol.
Well, what I try to do is I try to look at a broad spectrum of events, and I try to put things into a nuanced view, and I don't try and take a instant black or white point of view on things. And the fact that BLM were rioting and destroying the entire nation for months and during that exact week, and then some other people got together with an opposing political view and are facing serious prison time for doing less damage than BLM did. I find that kind of scary because
People did die.
Well, in a democratic nation, we should all be the same under the law.
But Andrew, just to be clear, on January the 6th, people died.
People died during BLM.
I mean, there are certainly inconsistencies in the way groups of people have been policed. I think that's the same. That's the same whether you're talking about the BLM marches to the pro-Palestinian marches and so on, right? There's a lot of inconsistency.
Well, then we agree.
There's a lot of inconsistency in global policing, I think. I think that's a perfectly valid thing to say. But the idea that someone's got 20 years for being in a peaceful march is not true. The ones who've got the lengthy prison sentences have been held accountable for serious crimes.
I'm not even condoning January 6th. I don't even know the ins and outs of January 6th. I wasn't there. I'm not saying it should have happened. What I'm saying is exactly what you have said. There seems to be some massive inconsistencies in global policing now. So when you end up in a position where you're speaking against the system, as I do, and you understand that there are massive inconsistencies in policing globally, you start to sit down and seriously wonder if you stand a fair chance of a fair trial in any country on earth. I actually have to give massive credit to the Romanian judicial system because a judge one day sat down and said, why are these boys in jail, and let us go. I don't know if I would have had a fair shot like that in many other nations.
When you were released from jail after about 3 months, what was that feeling like?
My brother and I were in the same cell at that time. We were extremely happy. I remember using the last of my mouthwash. During the day I had some rituals to keep me sane, and I'd enjoy one swig of mouthwash a day. It's amazing how bored you get when you're staring at cockroaches, and even that sensation.
So there were literally cockroaches in your cell?
Correct.
How many at any given time?
At night there was a lot.
Like what, dozens or?
Yeah, a few. There was an infestation. We did our best to kill as many as we could. They kept us entertained, but they're annoying to sleep with. But mouthwash was something I enjoyed every day. The sensation of mouthwash made me happy, and
Piers, you're interrupting my very interesting mouthwash speech. How dare you, Piers? How dare you?
I remember using all of my mouthwash, and then instantly my brain started turning to all of the things I need to do. I'm a man, I have responsibilities. For 93 days I wasn't working. I started concerning myself with, okay, I'm about to get out of jail, thank God, I'm gonna leave. Who do I need to take care of? What's paid? Do I have any money left? Are bills due? Is mom okay? Are my children okay? And I just started thinking about work. And as soon as I got out, I didn't sleep for 3 days.
How many children do you have?
That's confidential.
Why?
Because I have enemies, and unfortunately I do not want to give them any information.
But you have more than one?
I have more than one, correct.
Right. So, obviously you're caring for your children. I understand that as a father, right? And obviously, and you have a partner?
Yes.
Are you married?
No.
I think I asked you last time and you were a bit cryptic about it. You're not married yet?
No.
You have a partner who's the mother of your children?
Correct.
The same woman is the mother of all your kids?
It's confidential.
It's a bit stupid to say confidential.
It is confidential, Piers. It's
I
confidential.
don't think you marry and have kids with is confidential, sure.
It is for me.
Really?
Of course, I am basically #1 enemy of the state, Piers. Look what they've done to me. What have they put me in jail for? At the beginning of this garbage, people were sitting there thinking, maybe he's a human trafficker. It's been a year. Who? Show me a picture. Show me a video. Who's even a victim? There's nobody. The whole thing is made up.
Well, we're going to come to what they say you've done, right? We're going to come to that. But I'm just curious. You come out of prison. You've got no ability to access any of your assets. How have you been functioning financially since then?
I believe in prayer and I trust in God.
Well, prayer doesn't pay the bills.
And I do my very best.
But prayer doesn't pay the bills.
Unfortunately, absolutely everything I own was seized by the Romanian state, so I'm just going to have to survive and do my very best.
Yeah, but how?
I'm doing my very best, Piers.
Have you got wealthy benefactors helping you?
I'm doing my very best. I wish I had wealthy.
Yes. Wish I had wealthy benefactors. Yeah, I'm sure this guy has no one helping him out whatsoever. Uh-huh.
benefactors. I wish I had people on my side.
Yeah, you can't
Hey,
function
LB, how you
on
doing?
no income at all.
Seems you can.
How?
I'm doing my very best, Piers.
What does that mean?
It means I'm doing my very best. Absolutely everything I own is taken by the Romanian state. I don't have anything they don't have.
How do you pay for food?
Just do my best.
What does that mean?
It means that I believe in God and I pray.
Well, God's not going to pay your bills.
God has been paying my bills so far, it seems. It's amazing how far faith can take you. It's often when you have absolutely nothing left, people turn to faith, but you should turn to faith first, and you should believe in God when things are good, and He will be there when times are
Yo, this is shady as hell. How are you paying your bills? I'm just believing in God. That's me, Andrew Tate, God believer. That's all I'm doing.
bad.
Initially, you were put on this sort of rolling 30-day house arrest, and they kept renewing that month by month by month. And then in June, you and your brother and 2 others were formally charged with rape, trafficking, and forming an organized crime group to sexually exploit women. And there were 7 alleged victims named in the indictment. You said at the time, I look forward to being found innocent. You said earlier, who are these women? Well, there are 7 named in the indictment.
Yeah, have you seen the videos of them on the internet saying we're not victims? They made us be victims. We told them
Well,
we
that
weren't
will all
victims.
presumably be analysed in a trial. Do you know when the trial may be?
I have no idea. It's going to be
Do you believe it will happen?
I'm not sure. It could get to a point where a judge, anytime before the trial, decides his case is garbage and throws it away. If you ask me what I believe happened, it's very simple. They threw me in a jail cell knowing they had no case, knowing they had no victims, but they thought if they plaster me all over the MSM and they say that I'm a bad person and they call enough people, they will find the case they want. They couldn't find it. You name the date they charged me. They had
Every time you have a thought or a prayer, he makes 5% of a penny. Therefore, he's profiting off of your prayers. It's literally saving his life.
6 months to charge me. Usually the Romanian state, even the American embassy confirms to me, charges within 30 days. With me, they used all 6 months trying to build a case and find actual victims of an actual crime. They couldn't. They charged me on the very last possible day they could, unless they'd have to drop the entire case. And they charged me with garbage because they have nothing. There are no victims. I've done nothing wrong. And they've tried very hard. And let me say something very pertinent to the audience here. It's very difficult when you're thrown inside of a jail cell. You do not have access to social media. You do not have access to money. The entire MSM establishment are calling you a bad person. Hotlines are set up saying, if Andrew Tate's ever hurt you, call this hotline. You're a rich person where people make...
Well, that's probably because you have multiple credible allegations of beating women, including one who has a literal voicemail from you where you talk about how you didn't beat her that much. Like... That's probably why, bro. That's probably why there are hotlines.
They want to get money from you and exploit you and extract resource from you. And they're sitting here calling anyone you've ever known. They called my gardener's daughter, who I've never even spoken to, asking if I've ever done anything wrong to her or said anything wrong to her, trying to find victims of a crime that don't exist. It's actually a miracle from God that no one's come out trying to extract money from me. Whole thing is garbage. They could do this to anybody. Piers, they could do this to you. They could put you in a cell, put all over the media you're a sexual exploiter, and for 3 months talk about how bad you are when you can't defend yourself, and call everyone you've ever interacted with. And if anybody you were ever rude to once decides they want a payday or some fame, they can use it against you. It's insane.
The Romanian authorities' prosecution files accuse you of using verbal and physical abuse to keep women in line, taking 50%, I believe, of the women's online income, although I believe that figure could vary, could be up to 80%. Is that right?
No, they accuse me of exploiting women who did TikTok. The same women who say we were not exploited, he just told us how to do TikTok. Also, in the prosecution file, if you want to talk about it, there's not a single bank transfer. There's not a single piece of evidence for any money. So I'm accused of making money from TikTok, but they haven't found any money. There's no money, and the victims are saying, I didn't exploit them to do TikTok. The whole thing is a joke.
What is, I think, problematic for you is the war room, which was a group
miscategorized and misunderstood.
It was called the war room.
Correct.
Okay. And it had a lot of people who were dubbed the generals who ran the war room.
Correct.
For you. And the war room had 500 to 600 members who paid, I think, $6,000+ to be a member of this. And when you saw the logs of the web chats between people from the war room to each other, a lot of it made disturbing reading. Were you disturbed by it when you read that?
Firstly, a lot of that is bullshit. A lot of that's fake. Secondly,
You think they're literally those logs are fake?
absolutely. Secondly,
But the BBC verified them.
the BBC verified them, or they're the same people who verified the vaccine. Those people.
Oh, the BBC, Piers. Oh, you mean the people who report the news? Oh, of course you'd believe them, Piers. You sloppy puppy, you. Like, what is this? Next, you're gonna be telling me, Piers, that you don't get sick based on an imbalance of the humors, and that pregnancies aren't caused by little toads that live in your belly.
People, they're liars. Firstly, a lot of them are fake. Secondly, the
Were
war.
you disturbed by anything you read?
No, because none of it's real. Firstly. Secondly, there's 4,000 members in the war. Thirdly, the war room is about masculine personal development. We talk about fitness, making money, strength. We talk about very important things. There's 4,000 members inside. If you're telling me that amongst 4,000 members with 24-hour chats 7 days a week for the last 5 years, they've managed to find 2 guys talking locker room talk, and that somehow offends the world, then nobody understands how the world works. That's not why I was in jail. It's nothing to do with the war room. I was in jail because I spoke against power, because I told the truth about COVID, because I told the truth about the war in Ukraine, because I told the truth about all of these things.
I don't understand why people would want to put you in jail for giving your opinions about COVID or Ukraine. Why would they?
Why wouldn't they?
Well, why would they? Why
because
would they say that Andrew Tate's opinion is so important on Ukraine that we have to put him in jail? I don't buy that.
Okay, because I was the most Googled man on the planet, and I had a huge affinity with the most troublesome demographic for the Matrix, which is the young masculine youth, the people who you need to die in wars, the people who you need to psyop into being slaves to build the roads while telling them that they're not allowed a point of view and they're not allowed an opinion on anything. And I was saying things which was going against the narrative. And the Matrix, the way it operates is it uses the MSM to purport lies, to inject slave programming into people's brains so that we live lives which are not good for us but are good for them. And I was sitting there unplugging it. Why would they sit there and say, we've put together this massive psyop. We're going to convince everybody to inject themselves with poison, and we're going to lock everyone in their houses, and it's all a lie, and we're going to let this one guy who everyone listens to.
Andrew, it wasn't all a lie.
Yes, it was.
It wasn't. There was a new novel coronavirus. Okay.
Dude, are you gonna, Piers, you actually gonna waste breath trying to debate this guy on COVID? Like, he's drinking the Kool-Aid. He's not an honest actor.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what the facts were, and you can then laugh at them if you wish.
Sure.
But there was a novel coronavirus, COVID-19. It was killing thousands of people a day.
Really?
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
scary.
Yeah, and I know people who died.
Who doesn't? I knew people who died before Corona.
Fine, I'm sure people die of lots of things, but it was killing exponentially thousands and thousands of people, and then vaccines were developed at very high speed, and they managed to save, in my estimation, millions of lives. You may not agree with that,
Absolutely.
but those are facts as assumed by the body of scientific and medical experts in the world.
The body of scientific and medical experts, you mean the Matrix. I could get...
What is the Matrix?
The Matrix are a bunch of people who can come up with studies from the sky to say anything they want them to say, so they can use...
Uh-huh. Yo, bro, what if there was, like, just some people who could just say shit all the time that wasn't true? That'd be so crazy, bro. You mean exactly like what you do, sir?
Use the MSM to purport garbage inside of people's minds, so you end up locked in your
You
house.
literally run a fake university called Hustlers University. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Clapping for the NHS like a performing seal, injecting yourself with
Thanks,
experimental
Neuron.
poison for the 9th time. It's a lie. There was no reason to lock everyone in their house. More people died from missed cancer appointments than anyone ever died of COVID. People always got the sniffles before COVID, and they've always got it since. Let me ask you a question.
Hang on,
sir.
it wasn't.
Where has COVID gone?
It wasn't.
Diseases don't go away.
It wasn't.
Where's COVID gone?
It wasn't. Well,
It's not gone. It's still here. Like, there are 3 new variants this year. Like, it changes into new things. This is like saying, where oh yeah, you think you're such a smart guy? Where'd the Spanish flu go, huh? Yeah, the Spanish flu, where's that? We just call it the flu. We just call it the flu. We just call it that. Even though a new variant of it, like, rises to prominence every goddamn year, we just call it the flu.
COVID strains have got milder, as indeed flu did. Flu used to
so
kill.
it's gone away.
Well, flu pandemic in about 100
True, Salmon Moose. This is the equivalent of if people evolved from apes, why are there still apes?
years ago killed 50 to 100 million people. And it's got steadily milder over the decades since. This is normal medical science pathway for most pandemics, right? So on that, I mean, your sort of cast iron, it was all matrix MSM nonsense, is palpably untrue.
Well, I'll tell you why that's not untrue. Let me tell you my personal experience with COVID. I'm an extremely logical person. At the beginning, when everyone was dying, dropping dead in the streets in China, which I never saw, by the way, funny, and the Italian hospitals were full, English hospitals were never full.
What? I guess, guys, you can only have a pandemic if it is, you can only call something a pandemic if you're literally, like, bricking people into buildings and a third of Europe dies. That's the only real pandemic, okay?
Full. Funny. Me and my brother sat there and said, if this disease is so deadly and can damage us as strong military-age males, then the world is over. So there's no point in hiding in our house. We decided to go to Sweden. On day one of COVID, day one when everyone still believed, we went to Sweden. Why does no one talk about the fact that Sweden was open the entire time? Why does no one talk about the fact they didn't have masks or lockdown or vaccines? My brother and I...
Sweden did very poorly. Like, literally people in Sweden are like, yeah, our government fucked us there. Like, by remaining open, our government fucked us. They're not happy about it.
Partied in nightclubs 7 days a week for 3 entire months while everyone in England was locked in their house.
Sweden actually had a number of restrictions.
Not when I was there.
Not
it was open.
Not as draconian as we had in the UK, and there are certainly legitimate questions to ask about the scale of our lockdowns. I think people panicked. They saw what was happening in Italy, which had the second best medical healthcare system in the world, and people were dying in massive numbers, and the hospitals were overrun. So people may have panicked.
Did you hear about the guy who died in a motorcycle crash and it was a COVID death? Did you hear about that one?
Well, there was certain
Downing Street didn't seem very concerned with
there
COVID.
was a long debate about people dying of COVID or with COVID. I know all that, but the bottom line for me, it is indisputable that COVID was a deadly pandemic that killed a lot of people. It turned out a lot of older people more than young people, but they didn't know that at the time, not for a long period. The vaccine saved millions of people's lives. There are legitimate questions about some of the boosters, about some of the side effects of the vaccines, as there are, by the way, with all vaccines. But the idea that COVID is some invention by the Matrix to suppress and control its people is for the birds, Andrew. It's for the birds.
This seems to...
The birds, Andrew! The birds! Caw-caw, caw-caw! Honestly, LB, like, when Andrew Tate says stuff like this, my main reaction is just, this dude does not have object permanence. You know? I feel so bad for, like, the kids who are growing up looking at this guy being like, ah, yeah, man, he's so cool. You're right, man. Germ theory is old hat. We need to go back to miasma theory, dog. Like, I feel really bad for them. I feel so bad.
The birds and
I
I
don't
are
think,
friends.
don't think a smart guy like you actually believes that.
Of course I
And that's one of my
absolutely
problems.
believe that.
One of my problems I have with you is that I think you are intelligent, but I think you also adopt positions that you know are going to get the anti-matrix mob inflamed. And it's just these all-encompassing views you have. COVID was a load of nonsense. Vaccines are all dangerous and killing more people than they say.
Never said that. I
No,
said the
but-
COVID vaccine.
Well, COVID vaccine, well, you don't think they worked?
No, of course not, because the idea
Of
a
course they
vaccine,
worked.
The word vaccine in and of itself is that you
They
get...
saved millions of lives.
If you get a vaccine, you do not get the disease.
That's not at all how it works. It just makes it less likely that you'll get the disease, you dipshit. A real vaccine, Piers, is when you take the magic pill that just completely eliminates the disease from your body, and you can never get it again. You just take the medicine, and it makes you well forever. God, do you all understand how big of a dipshit you have to be to, like, be watching a debate between two people, and one of them is Piers Morgan, and the other is this gigantic dipshit? Do you have any idea how big of a dipshit you have to be in order for me to be siding with Piers Morgan. Dude is terrible. He's a terrible man. He's a terrible human being. And yet, here we are. Like, he's like somehow finding the lowest possible bars against which to compare himself. And it's awful. I hate this.
They changed the definition of vaccine in the dictionary so they could continue to inject us with this.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? No, they didn't. No vaccine has ever 100% guaranteed your immunity to said illness. Not any of them, ever. Not even the one that eliminated polio. The polio vaccine didn't completely eliminate fucking polio. God damn it.
It's pointless poison. I had the vaccine.
Nah, Ukrainian username colors on Twitch are randomly generated.
For polio. I've never had polio. You got the vaccine for COVID and you're bragging.
Okay, I swear I did not pre-watch. I didn't bring up polio. He's just like, I got the polio vaccine and I never got it, so there, ipso facto, homie. Like, what are you talking about? Go to a real university, bro.
Bragging online how you have COVID for the 8th time, but it's not that bad because you've had 6 injections. It's insane. And please understand my position. Please understand that I'm a person who doesn't believe any of these studies, don't believe any of this garbage, don't believe the Matrix. I'm a person who was in Sweden for 3 months, as everyone.
Young men should watch Riverboat Jack instead of do anything that this **** says.
True, unless they are under the age to legally view my content on YouTube or Twitch, which is a problem we ran into the other day when I had to ban someone. You know who you are if you're watching. You go back and play Super Mario Wonder. You go have fun. Stop worrying about the world collapsing around you. You have plenty of time to do that when you're like 4 years older.
Was afraid, locked in their houses, partying at will,
Sweden
and
had,
it was perfectly fine. They had a lower death rate than the UK.
They had a much higher death rate than their neighbouring countries in Scandinavia. Did you know that?
They had a lower death rate
Did you
than
know
the
that?
UK.
Did you know that?
It doesn't. No, I didn't know that.
It doesn't matter to you.
Of course not.
So you wouldn't compare them to their immediate neighbours. You'd only compare them to a country in the UK.
If you think lockdowns work.
Yeah, exactly. One hand wonder. Polio was able to be wiped out effectively because enough people got the polio vaccine that it wasn't able to be transmitted between folks. Like it's entirely like vaccines are entirely a numbers game.
Pierce, if you think lockdowns,
I think lockdowns were only acceptable as an immediate panic move, which it was, before there were vaccines. The moment they had a successful vaccine program that worked, then there was no justification for further lockdowns.
You're a very important person, and you're very well respected.
I'm not important, I'm a journalist.
No, you're very important, and you're very well respected within the UK, and you've been famous for a very long time. Were you invited to the party at Downing Street, or were you not in that?
No.
No? Oh, that's a shame.
And I thought the
Because
behaviour...
they seemed very concerned about COVID on the TV,
And by the way,
they didn't seem to give a shit as soon as the TV was on.
I thought that was disgraceful. And I thought Boris Johnson and the people working at Number 10 who were having those parties, when I had friends of mine who were literally saying goodbye to their mothers on FaceTime on their phone because they weren't allowed in to see them. I knew people in care homes where it ripped through and killed a third of the people in the home in 2 weeks. And the desperation that people felt. I had a cousin who lost his father who couldn't go and see his dying wife and so on. It's
disgusting.
There were terrible stories.
It's criminal.
Terrible stories.
It's disgusting. So let me ask you a question as a professional, because we're both adults and we're both very smart. As a professional, which is more likely that the government believed COVID was deadly and everybody should be truthfully afraid and locked in their houses, but because they had this spirit inside of them and they couldn't resist the idea of a party, decided to risk their lives to party, or they lied on the television trying to scare everyone and enslave them and lock them in their houses, knowing it's garbage, knowing it's a lie, and not caring, and had a party behind everyone's backs so they didn't think they'd get caught? Which one is more likely as a professional, as a logical human?
Why don't we just agree that they were a bunch of rank hypocrites, stupid people, who were behaving utterly selfishly to the extent that the Queen, when her husband, Prince Philip, dies, is in the church on her own in a mass with none of her family around her after losing a rock of 70 years. And it turned out the night before, Downing Street had, I think, 2 parties, including a karaoke party. I think that was shameful and disgraceful.
Well,
we can agree on that,
We
right?
can agree on that, and we can wake up and start to realize, oh, maybe the government doesn't care about us. Maybe the government lies to us. Maybe they tell us things and try and scare us, but they don't actually care themselves. Maybe all they are is hypocritical, self-interested people.
Maybe they are.
Maybe they use the MSM to purport their lies, to keep everybody enslaved while they do whatever they want, and that is the matrix in and of itself. And if you speak against it and people listen to you, I'll repeat this. Your ability to speak freely is directly correlated to your insignificance. If you're as big as I was, the most Googled man on the planet telling the truth, you will pay the price, Piers. And that is why I was locked in that cell. And I do not regret it, because I live true to God. I'm not going to sit here as a coward and not tell the truth to people for as long as I live until they put a bullet in my head.
Let me ask you about the lover boy method. So the suggestion is that you and your brother and others, but let's talk about you, that you deploy the lover boy method, where you would make women fall in love with you, you would then persuade them to do webcam stuff, right?
TikTok.
Okay, but wait, let's call it webcam stuff, right?
No, let's not call it that. The indictment is about
Hey, no. Let's not call it that. That would be very inconvenient for my ongoing narrative of how I'm not a sex trafficker, Piers.
TikTok.
Okay, what would you make the women do? Or what would they do with you?
I don't make anybody do anything.
Okay.
In fact, let's talk about that. This is very interesting. Let's imagine the Matrix is pissed off with a said individual who's telling too much truth and everybody is listening to him, and they decide they're going to attack.
Yeah. That's what everyone's mad at me about. Telling too much truth.
With sexual assault claims. They say, he's making women do, well, we found conversations where he gave advice on how to go viral on TikTok. He's making women do TikTok, but he isn't being horrible to them. He's not hitting them. He's not being mean to them. So what can we do? Let's use the lover boy method. If I was abusive and mean, they wouldn't say lover boy method. You know what lover boy method means? Being nice. He was nice.
Yeah, you nicely got them to become sex trafficked. It doesn't matter if you're mean about sex trafficking someone or nice about it. Either way, you're still sex trafficking them. Even if you buy his argument at face value here. I'm playing Ixion, Priscilla.
And polite and kind, and they really liked him as a person, and he told them how to do TikTok.
But that's not what the
He's
lover boy...
a lover boy. Of course it is.
Andrew, that's not what the lover boy method is.
Absolutely it is.
The lover boy method is where perpetrators woo victims with the prospect of a loving relationship.
Kenley
until they can be
Eagerbox, thank you for the
forced
$5
into
dono.
Want me to
situations
find
or
the
a form
tape of
slavery.
Tate admitting
This
to all
is
this
garbage.
shit?
That's actually what it means.
The lover boy method is being nice to people so that you work together. Effectively, what they're trying to say here. I was nice to girls who asked.
Yep, that's right. You are currently being criminally prosecuted for being too nice. That's okay, sure, bud. Yeah. What a fucking weirdo.
Me for TikTok advice, and they sang it's the lover boy method. I didn't beat them into doing TikTok. I didn't force them. I didn't threaten them. In fact, I was like, yeah, you're very pretty. You can be pretty famous.
Was there
You can do
any
well.
element of coercion?
How can there be an element? What does that even mean? Let's be professionals here. What does that even mean?
What do you think coercion means?
I was coerced into this interview. You came along
Coerced.
to me and said,
You weren't coerced into this interview.
Yes, I was.
Or don't tell me the bullying
Piers.
MSM said, Andrew, you've got to do an interview.
No,
and I'm going to fly all the way to Romania to do it.
You
do
didn't
me
do
a
that.
favour.
You used the lover boy method. You said, sir.
The lover boy method?
Yep. Andrew, this is going to be a very interesting interview. We had a good one last time. You're a nice guy. We have some interesting conversations.
I didn't say you were a nice
I'm going to
guy.
come along.
Wait a minute.
We're going to make some money from
Hey,
this interview.
wait a minute.
Money will be made from both sides.
Wait a
you
minute.
lover boyed me.
Wait
and
a minute.
You stole the profit.
Just to be clear, I've had no conversation with you about this interview. And the conversations I've had with your intermediary were very professional. And I said, I would like to do an interview
Were
with
you nice?
I'm always nice.
Lover boy. You can't believe you used niceness to lover boy me because this is a profitable enterprise and I was coerced here.
I make no pretense that I've come all the way from London to Romania to
Correct.
interview you because yes, I want to do it on my show and that
Correct.
will clearly benefit me and my show.
Am I a full-grown consenting adult who decided
But
to do
the
this
idea,
show?
yeah, but you're not being coerced into doing
Am I a
this.
full-grown consenting adult who decided to do this show?
Yes.
Okay, so I wasn't coerced, correct?
But what's that got to do with what I've asked you?
Because you were nice to me and you're saying that
I wasn't
That's
nice to you. I didn't even talk to you.
Being nice is the lover boy method, and that
Andrew,
adults have no
Andrew,
personal responsibility. And
I wasn't
if you're
nice
to someone, they become your slave.
I wasn't nice to you, and I didn't call you a nice guy.
I feel lover boy.
What a weirdo.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
You had a website, Hustlers University, offering courses.
This is bizarre. What? Has anyone told Tate the Matrix is a trans allegory? No, but that would be funny to see him learn that. But, you know, to be honest, Andrew Tate is terrible in so many ways. Dude's not transphobic about the women he sleeps with. That is one thing about him that's true. Dude's weirdly in favor of trans ladies. So, you know, I guess credit where credit's due. But the sex trafficker isn't picky about trans or cis women. I guess. No, we don't need to give him any props for that.
Is teaching husbands and boyfriends how to get their partners
Absolutely
into webcam.
false. The Hustlers University, which you can go to now, actually, we've changed the domain, it's university.com, is a school which teaches modern wealth creation methods. We teach people how to make websites, we teach people e-com.
Why did you call it a PhD pimping hose degree?
No, you're talking about an old video which was made satirically.
Why did you call it that? Oh, that was satire.
Of course it was. 9 years ago, the internet was a very different place. And if you're going to sit here and say, oh, 9 years ago you said stupid things on the internet, it's not a gotcha moment because every single person has. So have you.
No, but you'd be very...
So have you because you advocated for the vaccine, sir. So
yeah,
you said
absolutely.
stupid things on the internet.
Yeah.
Life, that's how things go. It's satirical. I also said I'm an astronaut. Do you believe I've been to the moon? Because I haven't, believe it or not. Hustlers University teaches children how to make websites, and it's...
Is there only one reason I'm asking? Only reason
he's teaching the children. What a saint. What a saintly man.
Ask you, you've repeatedly said in interviews since you were arrested that you have never categorized yourself as a pimp. You don't think you're a pimp, right?
Well, what about all the rappers? Did you ask Ice Cube if he's a pimp and a murderer and a drug dealer?
I'm not
Jay-Z sold crack.
I'm not
interviewing
interviewing them. I'm asking you whether you have at any stage in the last 15 years been a pimp.
Of course I've not been a pimp. I've said I'm a pimp. I've said I'm an astronaut. I've said I'm a cowboy. I've said I'm the strongest man in the world. I've said I'm James Bond. Throw me in jail.
Are you just...
Put me in jail.
Okay.
I deserve it. 9 years ago I made a joke on the internet.
So here's my question. Are you a fantasist?
I'm not a fantasist.
Do you have a persona that's just not you?
Of course not. I am me.
Well, if you are you, why would you repeatedly call yourself a pimp and then now say you've never been a pimp?
Are you going to sit here and say that because I've once said, oh...
I'm curious whether if you're trying to say to me you didn't mean any of the things you said. So I'm asking myself, well, why should I believe anything you say now? In other words, is what you say actually what you mean? Is Andrew Tate real? Or do you have a complete persona that you've fueled for money that has nothing to do with the real you? I don't know. You tell me.
I exaggerated on the internet 9 years ago for comedic effect. I'd walk into a nightclub and there'd be girls at my table, like every other man who walks into a nightclub, and I'd say, pimpin'. Oh no, put me in jail. 93 days was not enough with the cockroaches. I should go back. This is a matrix attack, Piers. Every single person, every single man out there has done things worse than I've done. In fact, I will argue, if you put 99.9% of men through the level of scrutiny I've been through by multiple federal agencies, you will find a lot worse than him saying he was a pimp on the internet 9 years ago. You will find actual genuine crime. And I've done nothing. I live true to God. This is all garbage and it's not real.
Like I said to you, I don't know if you're guilty or not.
I do,
okay.
and I am not guilty.
No, but
it's a matrix attack.
I want to be clear to you, I'm not preempting your guilt. I've come here with a completely open mind. You've been charged with serious offences, but I am not going to judge you because I'm not a judge and this is not a courtroom, right? But it's interesting to me that one of the biggest charges against you is that you're a misogynist. And you've always said, I'm not a misogynist. And the last time I interviewed you, you said, well, I may have said some things that may have been misconstrued. But even in the last week, you've tweeted some stuff, which I'm not even sure if you're aware as you tweet this stuff, how it sounds.
Read it.
Okay, let's read. This is quite a long one.
Sure.
But I think it's important to read it to get a sense of how you view women.
Absolutely.
Any woman I date does not have a job. Okay, so the woman you're with doesn't have a job?
No.
Okay. Do you date other women?
Sometimes.
And your partner's fine with that?
Obviously.
Yeah? And you're fine with that?
Why wouldn't I be?
Well, you think it's fine to be dating other women when
Yay
you're...
for the cuteness of trans
mother
ladies.
of your kid?
True. PragerU, thank you for gifting Distron a sub.
consenting adults and everybody can make their own personal
Okay,
decisions.
fair enough. Why would I be working so hard, you say, to have hundreds of millions for my woman to waste her life enslaved for pennies? No, I will give you a life you can never ever afford. Private jets, 5-star hotels, new cars, endless spending money and diamonds. You will be rich because you're praying for me every day and protecting my spirit. I work in the physical world, she works in the spirit realm. Women shouldn't have to work because being...
She works in the real world. I work in the shadow realm. Yu-Gi-Oh!
A good partner is a full-time job for a woman. She has to look good. All the beauty treatments are time intensive. Not about money, it takes a lot of time. She has to train every day and stay in fantastic shape. Shop to look amazing next to me. I know there are some men who do 100 times more than this on a daily basis, but women are not as organized as men, and achieving anything significant causes them huge amounts of stress.
Yeah.
They need to have huge sections of their day empty to waste, or they will have a mental breakdown.
True.
And do you want a woman who's stressed and angry after the commute, unshaven and exhausted? Or do you want a Barbie doll who's always smiling and saying thank you because she did her nails and bought you Prada that day? As a man, unless you're a loser, you're already filthy rich, right? You can get endless sex anyway. Girls are easy. So what can a girl give you? Happiness, vibes, always smiling. Take the edge off a stressful life. Can she always be happy if she's been working all day? No. Just to wake up at 11, gym till 1, one appointment and some shopping. Dressed beautiful by 7 p.m. for you to finish working and tell you how strong you are. No matter how pissed off you are, just to always be laughing and smiling and writing little notes about how
This is psychotic, by the way.
you're perfect. And just to be playful and funny. She can't do that if she has a job. So your job is being my girlfriend, and now you're a millionaire. Congratulations. Behave and aim for the promotion to wife. The reason I read all
Jesus
that
Christ,
in detail
dude.
was, I don't think you understand quite how that comes over. Because I think that is the purest definition of misogyny I've probably ever read.
Well, I don't think you understand. One, especially when I'm talking about the fact that women can't handle what men can do, etc. One, it's slightly sarcastic. There's a sarcastic
So
tone.
do you mean any of this?
I mean all of it. Any woman I'm with, I will provide for because I
No
want to
woman
protect
should
her.
work. They should spend all day beautifying themselves for you, right? And they might get promoted to wife.
This is
Your
my
job is being my girlfriend.
Correct.
There are hundreds of millions of women around the world who do a good day's work,
Whammons.
who still manage to be a very good wife or
Agreed.
partner. Right?
Agreed. Completely. But it's my
So
life.
why would you encourage a whole generation of young men? I mean, I've got to be honest, since our last 2 interviews, before you were arrested, I would say every single day I have young men, teenage boys, maybe early 20s, coming up to me asking about you. It's gone on every day since I interviewed you. I'm very aware of your reach. I'm very aware of your influence. And whenever I've been asked about you, they say, what do you think of him? I said, I don't really know. I find myself agreeing with 60 to 70% of the things you say. And I do, because I think a lot of the stuff you say about empowering young men to be confident, to work out, to take care of themselves.
to have enough money to not force their woman to work.
Right, but that's the bit. That's the bit where when you stray into that kind of language, particularly in the detail where you reveal what you're really thinking, the kind of pathetic, soulless life you want for these women, where does it allow for being a mother, for example?
Absolutely, that's
How
what,
does a mother of your children manage to find time for being a mother in this routine of love and devotion to you?
How does having a job give her time to be a mother? This gives her all the time in the world to be a mother. One, it's slightly sarcastic, firstly.
What do
Secondly,
you mean?
well,
Do
you can tell by the tone.
Do you mean you don't mean it?
No, I mean it.
Well, which
But
bit?
it's slightly sarcastic.
Well, sarcasm
for
means
comedic effect.
sarcasm means you don't mean it.
No, I mean it. But it's slightly
Well, you
sarcastic.
either mean it or you don't. It's either sarcastic or it's not.
I mean every single word.
But this is the
but it's
conundrum with you,
slightly
Andrew.
sarcastic,
Andrew,
sarcastic.
this is the conundrum with you, right?
It's not a conundrum. If you'd let me explain, it's not.
It's genuinely not a conundrum, right? Like, he's a piece of shit. Like, he's telling you that to your face right now. Like, what is baffling about this?
Conundrum at all.
You tweet-
and also,
you
would be very
tweet this-
interesting. I tweeted this out. I get thousands of women
Yeah.
begging me, inboxing me, saying, "Finally, a man who understands he needs to provide for a woman so she can be her best self."
Right.
This is exactly the kind of life that will allow.
No,
women to
there
become
are
a mother.
definitely women that will absolutely love to be
So why don't you
treated
are
like
they
this.
misogynists?
No, but what I think they are, they're people who just basically, it's the old sugar daddy thing, right? They want to have a rich guy who's going to pamper them and take care of them. They don't have to do a day's work. They just have to make
Being a
themselves
good partner
look
is a
good for
day's
you.
work.
Well, so you say.
Yeah.
But it also, the language that you use here seriously diminishes women who do work. You make them out to be, well, you're not doing your job as a partner or wife. You should be doing your job, which is just to devote yourself to his pleasure and making him
Well, it's
happy.
actually interesting you say that, because I'll put a lot of the fault of this on men. Let's if you want to gender the argument, let's do that. I think that a lot of the reason why women can't live this life, if they so choose, if you're a woman who decides to work, then go to work. I don't care. But if you're a woman who decides she wants to retire, it's because she can't find a man who could provide for her at this level. Do you think when a woman marries a billionaire that she wants to go get a job in Starbucks? Because in my experience, when they marry extremely successful men, they don't want a job. I'm sure we're now.
I don't think that's true, actually. I think a lot of women want jobs. They want things to do. They just don't necessarily want to go work at McDonald's or Starbucks. They want to, like, I don't know, start like a purse line or something. Like, they want to do things. Like women, like if a woman marries a billionaire, they want to be able to do things. Woms, am I right? They just want to look pretty and marry a billionaire and then sit like Lord Harkonnen from Dune. You know, that's Baron Harkonnen. They just want to be like blobs that float telepathically above the masses. That's what a Woms is.
Ronaldo's wife isn't begging to go work in IKEA.
Actually,
No.
Ronaldo's wife works very hard.
She works for herself, which is different.
And her family.
I feel like Tate is a 13-year-old who found a Zoltan and wished to be big. Devil Cat, that is an excellent description of Andrew Tate. That is an excellent description of Andrew Tate. Except he's like the worst 13-year-old. Woms.
Of course,
Yeah.
which is
She's
different.
a hard-working woman. actually.
Absolutely, because being a fantastic partner and having a bunch of children is a bunch of hard work. And she also finds the energy to have businesses on the side. Fantastic.
Right. But you
So
don't
what we're
want,
saying here,
yeah, but you don't want women to have business.
no, I'm saying if you're with a man of my stature, you don't have to work. Now, if I met a perfect woman and we were together and we were happy.
When you say a man of your stature, with respect, right now you have no income, no possessions,
Correct. I'm
and you're
completely
facing
flat
facing
broke.
serious criminal charges. I mean, I'm not quite sure what stature you think you're currently selling, but it ain't great.
Okay, well then it's a shame all those women inboxed me after I put that tweet out saying,
I've got
we
no-
agree with you. I think you should interview
I
all
met
of
a
them for
woman
their
yesterday who, when I
misogynistic
said I
views.
was coming to interview, was immediately like, "Oh, can you put a good word in for me?"
Of course.
Sure, you have a definite appeal to a certain type of woman. There's no question.
I think providing
my
for
question
a woman
is, if I was
financially is a man's responsibility. If that means I'm a misogynist, then I'm a misogynist.
no,
I think
so you
that-
accept you are a misogynist.
No, I think a man should provide for a woman financially, completely and utterly. If she wants to work, if my partner were to say to me right now, I really feel like doing a job, it would make me happy, then I'll say work. But she doesn't have to. Her job is looking after the children, looking after me, and being as happy as possible. If you think I'm a bad person for saying, if you actually read that, read the subtext and context.
I read it
I'm
all
saying-
out.
Okay, good. Then you'll understand what I'm saying.
You know I did. You heard it.
Absolutely. So what I am saying is, I am a man, my life is stressful, my life is pain. I go to jail, I suffer, I have to deal with making money.
Yep. Men are the only people who deal with that. For sure, bud.
I have constant, endless headache. I do all of that so I can give you everything, but then I get to have you. Your job is to be happy. I want you to smile. I want you to look your best and feel your best all of the time. If am I a misogynist for saying that I
Yeah, that's pretty misogynistic. Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
go through so much pain so that we can be financially secure, so I hope the woman I care about does not have to work a job. If that makes me a bad person, then so be it. Because all I'm saying is I want to take care of her in every single realm. I take care of her physical safety. I take care of her financial security. That is my job as a man. And if more men acted like me, you will see that the world will be a happier and better place. The women who say, I really want to work, I want a career, that's their prerogative and their decision. They're allowed to do that. But also, often the reason they do that is because they can't find a man they trust to take care of them.
No.
I've had this from women in their own
Andrew,
mouth. If I found a man
if I'd
who
even
was
said-
financially secure and as smart as you, I wouldn't be doing this
Fine.
garbage job either. Why was I psyoped into working to pay taxes when I should be at home having children with a man I adore?
Andrew.
It's a psyop.
Andrew.
What? The way Piers just said that reminded me of like some kind of comedy sketch where it's just like an interviewer just saying like, "Oh, you don't mean that. This is just so disappointing. Oh, stop that. I forget exactly what the context was, but it just like unlocked like a weirdly core memory. I feel he's so desperate to project an image. He looks like he's insecure to anyone who actually has their head on straight. Dude looks like a charcuterie of a confident playboy. Yeah. The Brazers version of Pitbull. That gives him too much credit, okay? I know people who want to fuck Pitbull. That gives Andrew Tate way too much credit.
There are so many women that will listen to that and be laughing and mocking you.
Will there?
Say, don't be so ridiculous. I have a job that I love. Maybe they're being paid even more than their man, right? The real world isn't the one that you categorize.
The real world is varied and nuanced, but I am talking about my life experience.
There's
and
a
in
very-
my experience, any woman I love
Fine.
does not have to work unless she decides to.
Right, you're the boss, you're in charge, her job is to make you happy, her job is to make herself look good, her job is to work out for your benefit, blah, 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 blah. It is actually just misogyny.
Do you think a woman looking
And it's
good,
also-
do you think a woman looking good and working out has no benefit at all to her?
Of course it does.
Okay, so it's not for my benefit, then is it?
Don't you see,
stand
but when,
Yeah, but you want her to do that not because you care about her and want her to be like healthy so she doesn't get diabetes or something. You want her to do that so your dick can get hard. Like that's what you want here.
when you talk
stand
about young, no, I don't. When you talk about young men and you tell them to work out.
Oh wait, was it Charlie? No. God damn it. I'm still trying to figure out what the skit that I'm thinking of in my head was from. Damn it.
Take care of themselves. I cheer you on, right? I want that. I've got 3 sons. I want them to feel that way.
Don't you want them to become very rich and successful and
Of
have a
course.
woman who relies on them and have a beautiful family?
No, but I don't want a woman who's subservient to them.
Why is subservience? Why is a
Literally,
woman
the tone of the tweet I read is subservience. You did another tweet this week. Men love by telling you what to do and not allowing you to make stupid decisions. We save you from the female inclination
The female inclination. God.
to make stupid choices. If a man doesn't give you instructions, he doesn't love you. If you won't listen to a man's instructions, you don't love him. The whole language is so ridiculous.
Let me change the language then.
Well, you tweeted this to
Absolutely.
8.2 million people.
Correct. So let me say this. A father loves. Let's say instead of a man loves, let's say a father loves. A father loves disciplinarian. That's how a father will love you. A mother will say, oh, I hope you're
Oh. We about to vol jump. We about to get into the next level of this game. Or beat it. I don't know which. Let's check it out. We should find a review of the new Doctor Who. Ooh, let's do like the Quarterings review of the new Doctor Who episode. Hey, Joverkill. Men have made 0 mistakes in all of history. It's true. Is it any good? I don't know. I've barely watched any Doctor Who ever. All I know is that there were rumblings that a character was going to be non-binary.
Full jump complete. Running preliminary diagnostics. I sense Remus. We have reached the Ilia system.
Woo!
Structural failure of the Tycoon is near. We should initiate the Neocond colonization protocol.
Dealsies. Let's go.
you're happy, hope you're doing okay. But a father will come along and say, no, don't do this. You must do it that way. That's incorrect. It has to be this way. A father will discipline you because a father feels he knows best for you. It's the masculine essence of love. When a man loves, he shows that he cares via degree.
And there is a massive difference between a relationship between a father and a child and between a man and a woman in a relationship.
Completely.
And I'm not sure you quite get
No,
that.
there is a difference. But I would argue, Piers, I would argue in the happiest relationships, it's a traditionally masculine role in which the man plays and provides. The female is traditionally feminine. The man is the head of the house. Not in an abusive way, doesn't beat her up. I'm talking about the man being the head of the household, like I would like to believe you're the head of your household. And he comes along and says what happens and what doesn't happen because he's the man of the house.
No, that's not. That's actually not how most households operate now.
Well, then it sounds like we understand why the entire world's a mess. Because only 10 years ago, that's exactly how the households operated. There was a man.
That is absolutely not true. What? 10 years ago, every family was a man and a lady and 5 kids. And now the world's gone to shit. Like, what? What are you talking about, bro? I was alive 10 years ago. Yeah, my sources, I made it the fuck up. Who's the least based out of these two? I'm gonna go with the guy who did actual sex trafficking. I'm gonna go with that guy being the worst, and Piers Morgan being the least. You asked that in a very confusing way. Wait a minute. The least based. I guess that would be Andrew Tate. Piers Morgan would be the second least based. Good. A dangerous idiot, though, sadly. Unfortunately, we deal with a lot of dangerous idiots here on this channel. Get dangerous. Good. Yeah, like, even... Robert Adset, that's a really good point. Like, even in the 1950s, like, you know, the golden age of, like, the nuclear family that Andrew Tate is describing here, like, even then, most people weren't living, like, the idyllic, you know, mom stays at home, dad goes to work, white picket fence,
I
dog
feel like Crowder and Tate
life.
Shout'll get together and go bowling.
I mean, they'd probably kiss. It'd be beautiful. But, like, even back in the 1950s, that wasn't, like, the norm. That was a very specific subset of American society. Most people still had to work. You know, the mom and the dad had to make things work by, like, making sure that the mom was doing crochet that she could sell at, like, the local flea market or something. You know, like... that was not the norm. It's just an idealized past that he's trying to now co-opt, somehow existing in 2010 as the norm, which is silly.
Of the house, and now we have no longer any clear defined roles. There's no more longer a man of the house. You want to talk about knife crime, kids doing drugs, the crime rate, all of these problems. You want to talk about all of the societal ills we face. Perhaps it's because we don't have any men in the house anymore. Perhaps we need to bring the man of the house back, and the man of the house will come along and be a disciplinarian, and he will make the set rules and the creeds of that house. He will say, within this household, we don't take drugs. That stands for the woman I am with, the children who we have birthed. Nobody takes drugs in this household because this is my house and I'm the man of the house. So it sounds to me like we need to bring it back, sir.
Yeah, listen, it's all good macho stuff, okay? And I know lots of young boys who listen to this and go, wow, that's how I should be. Then I read the detail of your tweets. And again, come back to this. We save women from their female inclination to make stupid choices.
Females are emotional.
If a man isn't...
Oh my god, dude. Females are emotional. They can't make smart choices. Fuck off, man.
Giving you instructions.
Now, females are emotional.
Hang on.
Piers,
He doesn't
females
love you.
are-
All
females are emotional.
All this stuff is designed to, exactly as you've just articulated, is designed to make young men feel that the only way they can be successful in life is to effectively have their women under control, give them instructions that, they have to obey.
Don't buy women Prada, you'll end up in jail.
You can buy them Prada, but let me finish my point. My point is that it seems to me, from reading your tweets, even now, that you have a blind spot when it comes to how they sound. And it may be that the legal problems that you're in, which might be extremely serious, and we'll see when the trial happens, but it may be that in your head, nothing you've done is remotely inappropriate, because actually in your tweets you can see there's an element there of wanting coercion and control. You want to control women, you want them to be effectively your servants, slaves, for want of a better phrase.
Slaves who get Prada and get to work out in the gym and get to look good.
But you understand?
I treat them so well, Piers. I treat the women I traffic so well. How dare you?
But do you understand the point I'm making?
No, I don't.
Which is in your head, the line is blurred so much now with this macho rhetoric that you've actually lost track of how this sounds.
Here's all of the things
Even when I read that stuff to you, I could see you looking at me and you said, your answer is, I was being sarcastic. No. And I said, well, where? And then you go, well, no, I meant it. Well, it can't be both.
I meant it, and I said
you either mean it,
you either mean it,
or it's, well, no, because sarcasm means you don't mean it.
Piers, all the things you've just described.
Do you accept that?
No,
You're a smart guy. You know what sarcasm means, right?
Absolutely. I said it has a sarcastic tone for comedic effect. All the things I'm saying.
Yeah, I was joking. Obviously, you buffoon. Harumph, I say.
I've said are basically the way the entire world thought only 10 years ago. You may buy into the psyop, you may buy into the new thing.
I don't buy into any psyops.
We just talked about the vaccine, sir.
Yeah, the vaccines weren't psyops.
Of course not.
No.
So I believe that there should be a man of the house.
You had a polio vaccine, right?
Correct.
Why?
Because I didn't get polio. I wouldn't have a COVID vaccine because I'd still get COVID. Plus probably myocarditis and have a heart attack. So, we believe there was a man of the house 10 years ago.
Do you think...
I mean, with this logic, you could just take a placebo vaccine for anything, and if you don't get it, that's proof to you that, like, the vaccine worked. I didn't get the HIV. The vaccine worked. You know, I don't believe scientists, but I don't have HIV. Like, what are you doing, bro? Why? What hurt you?
Statistically, more people got myocarditis by having the vaccine or not having it.
I think statistically we need to bring it back.
You don't know, do you?
Why would I know? Why would I look at the statistics?
Why would you bother
that come from the Matrix itself?
So the Matrix. So every fact you don't like, because it doesn't suit your agenda, you just dismiss as Matrix bullshit.
No, I'll give you a very simple way I view the world. COVID can't hurt.
I mean, that's a bit redundant. You could have just said the way I view the world. We all know it's very simple. You didn't need to be redundant here.
So why would I take their injection?
You don't have to.
Point two.
You don't have to
They
take
tried
it.
to make us, including you.
Yeah.
You told people they should
why?
have the vaccine.
You know why?
If they don't have it, they shouldn't leave their house.
You know why? Because at the time, the scientists, and by the way, scientists is ever evolving. At the time I said that, the scientists said if you had the vaccine, it would prevent you transmitting the virus.
The Matrix.
That turned out to be wrong,
Because the Matrix
and they
lied.
issued updated advice saying further studies said that actually you could transmit it. And at that point, you know what I did, which you never do? I held my hands up and went, I was wrong because the advice changed, and now I would not say the same thing. That is called actually evolving opinions when facts change. That's actually how a civilized democracy works.
Oh, is it? We live in a civilized democracy, do we, sir? I actually would argue that point with you for a very long time. I don't think we live in a civilized democracy. Another point I want to make here, if I had cancer or if I was at threat of a genuine disease which could actually harm me, would the NHS text me 10 times a day trying to get me treatment, or would I be sitting there waiting for 8 months to even get an appointment? They wouldn't care about me and they'd let me die. So the fact that they will endlessly text me and try and beg me to get this poison should have been an alarm bell for anybody with a brain.
Actually, I tell you what.
Yes, the medical people texting you is evidence that you shouldn't get vaccinated. What? Your doctor contacting you and telling you to get vaccinated, it shouldn't be taken as okay. All right.
What the NHS has sent me, I'm a 58-year-old man. In the last few months, they've sent me one about a flu jab, which I'm going to have, because I think it stops you getting flu, and flu's nasty. A COVID booster, which I won't have. I think I've had enough of those. I'm fine with that, thanks. They sent me one about having a check.
God, Piers, you dumb fuck. You dumb fuck. You're getting You're getting the flu vaccine because the flu changes every year. It mutates after infecting many people. It changes over time. COVID does the same thing, you fuck. That's why you need a COVID booster, you dipshit, you baby-brained moron.
Check for a bowel cancer, which I've done and came back negative, and so on and so on. The NHS texting system is for our benefit. You don't have to do it. No one's holding a gun to your head. The Matrix isn't saying, if you don't have this, Andrew Tate, we're gonna do something to you.
Do you have any idea
You've not been treated in Romania by their system because of anything to do with COVID vaccines. And your attempt to try and persuade people that that's the case is ridiculous. And you know it's ridiculous.
Do you have any idea how difficult it was to remain unvaccinated, Piers? Let me tell you from somebody who was unvaccinated and traveled the world. Do you have any idea how difficult that was
Well, yes,
actually
because
to do?
countries have border controls.
Oh, because they tried to force everybody. So to sit and say they weren't trying to force, you know what they did? They said, come get the COVID vaccine, it's good for you, it's gonna help. They tried to coerce you by being nice.
They tried to get you to get vaccinated because there was a chance that our hospital systems would get overwhelmed, and then people would start dying because they wouldn't be able to get treatment for normal things like heart attacks, because the hospitals would be too full of people dying of COVID.
They tried to lover boy everybody. They
Oh
tried
my
to use
God.
the lover boy method to force people to get the COVID vaccine. It just came to, we need to put all these people in jail.
Andrew,
they were being nice to people,
Andrew,
trying to help them.
Nobody,
Unbelievable.
Nobody forced you to have it. Did you have the vaccine?
Absolutely and utterly not, sir. My principles are not for sale. I would have stayed in my house to the end of human time and sat there as a pureblood, the last one, the last pureblood on the planet before I inject myself with poison.
You're not making an MGM trailer.
Yes, I am, because it's a matter of principle. I am not a farm animal. My blood is mine. It does not belong to the government, and I decide what is in it.
Right. All right, so you have a polio vaccine, but not
Correct,
a COVID one.
'cause- correct.
So your brilliant brain has determined that you know more about the medicinal and scientific benefits of individual vaccines. And the polio one, you decided with your brilliant brain, we'll have that. But even though a lot of people, by the way, have had side effects to polio vaccines, did you know that?
Yes, correct.
Is that the Matrix doing that?
No, I didn't say the Matrix gave them the side effect.
Oh.
I've just told you all the reasons I didn't get the vaccine.
Right.
You've already described it at length.
But you work out with your brilliant mind which vaccines to have.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
You realize
You
that
can join my email list on CobraTate.com. You can sign up for free, and I'll tell you which vaccines you
I
should
wouldn't
have.
come to you for vaccine advice.
Why?
Andrew? Because you have zero experience.
I didn't get the
offer me
COVID
any
one.
advice.
I obviously did pretty good. I avoided the poison shot while everyone else got it, so I'm actually pretty proud with my track record.
What happens
Jesus
if you're
Christ,
found
dude.
guilty of the things you're charged with?
Well, then I'm going to have to go to jail, I assume.
What's the maximum sentence you could get?
I don't know.
Yes,
I
you
don't.
do.
I actually genuinely don't.
You've never asked your lawyers?
It can be between 3 to 8 years, I
Right,
think.
so you do know.
I don't know the maximum.
But if you were to serve 8 years, having served 3 months and know how bad that was,
Yeah.
could you cope with that in a Romanian jail?
Interesting question. Could I cope with it? Yes. Would I be the same afterwards? I'm not sure.
What do you think even the 3 months did to you as a man?
Well, it was a fantastic test from God to make sure I am the man I say I am, because I think there's a lot of people who speak about masculine excellence who are not the men they say they are. When trouble appears, you often learn that they are nothing but postures. I had nightmares for a very long time. I couldn't sleep. I struggled with certain things. I would check my bed sheets every single night for cockroaches religiously. I had a problem with that. But I never turned to therapy. I never turned to drugs. I understood the
Good. This is definitely a man who doesn't need therapy. Definitely a man who could never, ever benefit from therapy. Nope. No, sir. Therapy, for him, this guy, this well-adjusted individual, no way. God.
all of these things are from God and they're given to me so that I can become a stronger version of myself. And I welcomed them all and I embraced them all. And now that I'm a better, not completely, but almost better, part of me actually misses my nightmares, Piers. Part of me misses training all night. I didn't sleep for weeks,
You
months.
said you didn't have nightmares.
No, I had nightmares. I said I didn't have nightmares in jail. When I left, I did. And I kind of miss it because I had so much time in the day to get things done. And now I'm sleeping a full 6 hours. I feel a little bit lazy. So perhaps I need another test from God. And if God decides Allah is the best of planners. If he decides I need 8 years in jail, then I will embrace those 8 years in jail and do my absolute best to come out as the most formidable version of myself.
Have you felt suicidal at all in the last year?
I don't believe in suicide, it's haram.
I know, you said that before, but did you feel like you may want to end it all?
I would never kill myself under any circumstances. So the day they put that on the news, when they finally take me out, you can know it's a lie. It's haram. I would never kill myself. Lock me in that cell for the rest of my life. I would never kill myself.
While you're under house arrest, you tweeted this: avoid women who go to festivals. They're either on some loser's table who's feeding them cocaine or in a crowd of sweaty peasants because they're a sweaty peasant. Endless Instagram stories screaming
What the
and
hell,
having
dude?
fun to prove to the world they're worthless. Hard pass, festy hoes.
Correct. I tweeted that, yes.
Again, why would you categorize all women who go to festivals in such an unpleasant way?
I actually categorized all men who went to festivals also. Did you read that tweet? Why are you gendering the argument? I think all people who go to festivals are stupid. It is peasantry. I've never been to a festival in my life. I'm not going to stand there and scream.
What? all festivals are evil. What? Going to parties is evil now, chat. Did you know? Did you know that going to parties, big bad.
Scream and jump up and down for some other human like he's God. I think the whole thing is embarrassing, all of it from head to toe. It's all sweaty peasantry and it's all just drug-fueled insanity. So why are you gendering the argument when I insult the women who go to festivals and also the men who go to festivals, because all of it is peasantry head to toe and I do not regret it. All festivals are peasantry. Anybody who...
What? What? What does that mean? Why do you keep saying that?
goes, I do not associate with. I've never been to one in my life. I never will.
So if you've never been to one, how do you know what they're like?
I can see enough. I've seen the sweaty bodies bumping into
You've
each
never
other,
been to
high on ketamine, pretending that the song they heard on the radio at home is now more fantastic because they're listening to it from a loudspeaker.
I get it, but just
it's embarrassing.
But to be clear, you've never been to one.
Correct.
Okay.
My infinite brain that understands vaccines
No,
perfectly
we've
also
established
understands.
we have established your brain is unique.
Correct.
You tweeted a picture of Amanda Holden, very good friend of mine. It's a very harmless picture. She's in a bikini on holiday under a rain shower, looking extraordinarily beautiful.
In a sexual pose.
And you tweeted, "You are a wife and a mother and you're far past a teenager. There's no need for this post."
Agreed.
Again, it's just misogynist to say that.
It's not
Why
misogynistic.
can't a woman of her age, she's just turned 50, why can't a woman of that age actually show off her beautiful body in a nice bikini like that? What's wrong with that?
You can call me crazy. You can call me misogynistic, but I think once you reach the ripe age of 50, any woman should not be interested in thirst trapping on Instagram. I think she has big...
Hey, you know what? You know what? If you're over 50 and you want a thirst trap, go for it. The fact that this weird sex trafficker finds it off-putting, honestly, is a point in favor for 50+ year old ladies to thirst trap. Thirst trap more.
Bigger responsibilities. I'm sure she's a very intelligent lady and she's done amazing things. She's famous. She's obviously very capable, and I think she could do things more interesting than standing around trying to thirst trap on Instagram like she's 18.
Because
I think she's above it. I wasn't insulting her. I was reminding her that she's actually such a fantastic person. She's done
Yeah. When I said she was a dumb cunt, I really meant that she's a fantastic person who can do so much more with her life. Yeah.
done such amazing things in her life, and she's so achieved that she's actually above thirst trapping. I was reminding her of her worth because as a feminist, we're all feminists here, right? We all believe in women empowerment. I'm reminding her of her worth.
Are you a feminist?
Sure.
Well, you're not though, are you?
I believe in feminine empowerment, and I think feminine empowerment is in... Yes, I do. And feminine empowerment is in modesty. Modesty is empowering for females.
You only believe in
taking your clothes off for men on Instagram is not empowering. It's empowering when you say, no man but my husband can see my body. That is female empowerment. And I was reminding her of that. I was reminding her of her ripe age and her intellect. And there is no need for that
How old are you now?
I am 36.
36 years
what a
old.
fucking
At what
weirdo.
point will your antics, chugging your cigars in your ripped body in your compound with your security and your Bugattis, at what age does that become a thirst trap?
I don't know if that ever stops being a thirst trap. Because
So
Dude, Dude, just look at his shit-eating grin here. Never does. Yeah, look, just a misogynist, bro. Like, his veneer is so thin. It's gonna be very satisfying to see him, like, shut up in a Romanian prison for, like, I don't know, 20 years.
In your Bugattis. At what age does that become a thirst trap?
I don't know if that ever stops being a thirst trap. Because
So it's fine for you. Once again, one rule for the man, another rule for the woman.
Well, it's interesting because I've never heard this argument before, but I'm extremely intelligent. I've already deciphered how this is going to go from head to toe.
Yes, you are very intelligent.
It's called, I guess we can look at peacocks, right? The male peacock, he shows, look who I am. Look what I can do. Look at my achievement. Look at my beautiful.
Yes, as we all know, humans are peacocks. Yep, no difference.
Feathers. And I guess you could call it peacock.
This is a real Diogenes moment. This is a man! Behold, a man!
To a degree, I'm showing the world.
You
I'm
showing-
extremely,
you
I'm
showing
extremely
your-
physical capable. I'm extremely physically capable. Yes, that's correct. I'm extremely financially successful.
But you
Yes, that's
stripping
correct.
off for Instagram is fine.
It's not stripping off
But,
for Instagram.
you
I'm
do-
boxing. When you box, you have no
you
top
do,
on.
You do it all the time with your cigar and you're showing off your ripped butt. That's fine for you. But if Amanda Holden dares do it, that is apparently thirst trapping.
I think me boxing with no shirt on is different than a 50-year-old woman posting.
You don't just box. I've seen you doing ones where you wander around all moody with your cigar and you're topless and stuff. So fine for you.
Are you a fan, Piers?
No, I just think it's thirst trap.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't do that.
perhaps it's successful. Maybe you should start. Perhaps it's successful because I do have a lot of female fans out there in the world, and they pretend I'm a misogynist, but it turns out that 85% of women on the planet seem to agree with me. Every single woman I've ever met in real life agrees with me. I have no female hate at all. I've never had negative interaction with women ever.
Yes, you have.
With who?
Well, what about the BBC journalist that came to your compound?
Lucy.
Yes.
I've never had a negative interaction with a female
I
ever.
don't think she was a fan.
I think she
I
was.
would categorize that as a
I feel like he really wants to live in a fantasy where that BBC journalist, like, just was in awe of him nonstop. Just deeply weird, you know?
negative interaction.
Well, she seemed to follow me around for a long time. I think she was a little bit
There are lots of
obsessed.
women, Andrew, there are lots of women I know personally, there are lots of women who find you incredibly offensive.
I don't think so.
Right? It's their right to. It's your
Of course.
It's your right to not care.
Yep.
But the idea that somehow you're this beloved person for the world's females, I think is not true. You are for a certain type of woman who likes to be treated in the way that you like to treat women.
Well, let's counter that argument, right? Because the world, as I said at the beginning, is nuanced. Am I beloved by all females? No. But when I'm sat here with someone as prestiged as you who says you're a misogynist and you hate women and women hate
I think you talk in a way that is misogynistic, yeah.
Okay, well then you make it sound like all women hate me, and that's also not the case. Of course, it's a nuanced
I didn't say all women hate it.
Some women agree with me, some women don't agree with me. When I said that post about Amanda Holden, a lot of women said, Andrew, that's actually completely correct. She's extremely famous, and there's no need for her to be posting pictures like this at her ripe age. I was actually empowering her. I believe that female empowerment is in modesty.
You don't actually believe in feminism.
I believe in the idea of...
You believe in masculinity controlling women.
No.
They have to take instructions from you. They have to do what you tell them. And that is actually what love and relationships are about.
No, I believe that men and women have different roles. I believe that we were created differently by God because we are the perfect team. I believe that a man who's in his masculine frame is best suited by a woman who's in her feminine frame. I believe when we work together, we can achieve amazing things, whether it's raising children or preserving society. And I believe a man has certain jobs and a woman has certain jobs. You don't understand this about the things I say. When I said there that women make bad decisions in the tweet you referenced earlier, the point I was making is that women are more emotional than men. That is their superpower. That is fantastic. That is a great thing. I love female emotionality. In the tweet before you tried to use against me, I was talking about how I love a woman to be happy all the time, smiling all the time while I'm stressed. I love female emotionality. The reason women are better with children, with children is because they're emotional. That is their superpower.
That's not what your tweet said.
In a position...
You're not even remembering what you wrote.
Of course it is. I said women are more emotional than men is exactly what I said. I'm saying that is a fantastic thing, but there is no light without dark. So in certain situations, the emotionality is positive. In certain situations, the emotionality is negative. We can also argue the same for men, because what happens with me is everyone tries to gender my arguments. We can actually argue the same with men. Stoicism. Male stoicism is positive in certain scenarios. It can be negative in others. We can come across as unempathetic or not care because we're stoic.
I mean, I know
but in certain
people-
situations, it benefits
I know
us.
people who've told me that their kids who are in their late teens, they're at schools where the name Andrew Tate is banned. Nobody's allowed to mention your name because the teachers think that your brand of masculinity is so toxic, they are seeing a immediate effect on the way that young men behave, and not in a good way.
Is that what the teachers think, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I am actually genuinely concerned by the fact that I've been banned from schools when I do nothing but preach masculine strength and excellence. But then if you actually understand how the society is going and how the world works and all the insanity they're trying to push on all of us, I can understand why they banned me, because I speak the truth. If I was wearing a wig, Piers, and lipstick, and telling young boys to remove their genitals, would I have been banned from schools?
What a fucking weirdo, dude. What a fucking weirdo. Also, chat, just real quick, we've been going for about 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the content or enjoying my commentary and my jibes at this clearly upstanding and non-criminal lad, consider dropping some subs or donos. I'd appreciate the support. Remember to hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and hit the like button on the stream. God damn! Yeah, we got any Oilers? Oilers? Just a reminder, this man would sleep with Megan Fox without bottom surgery. Yeah, it is very interesting to me that this guy literally sex traffics and also advocates for having sex with trans women. And he's just desperately trying to do the trans misogyny here and like the weird like groomer conservative rhetoric. Because he knows he knows who he's talking to right now. He knows the audience.
No. They would have said, no, you can say his name, no problem. No matter how big I got, if I had a wig on and lipstick and I had been castrated medically, I would be allowed to talk to the young boys. But as soon as I say you're supposed to grow up and get big and...
It's true. As a trans person, I can just go into any school in America and talk to children. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's not a thing they allow. Oh, you're a trans person? My mistake. You can come into the school. Like, what? No. What the fuck are you talking about? You could think about it for like 3 seconds. Think about it for like 1 goddamn second.
Strong, and if your wife doesn't want a job, you need to pay for her. It's your job as a man.
DB Wolf, thank you for the 10 biddies.
Public enemy number 1. Garbage.
On that last point, you don't say if a woman doesn't want to work, a man has to take care of it. You say a woman shouldn't work.
I say my woman won't work.
Right.
I'm talking about my personal experience. I said any girlfriend of mine, because I'm in an extremely fortunate financial position. I was before Romania took everything, of course. I have hundreds of millions of dollars. So because I am in my position, I would not want my woman to work. I think there's more important things she can do.
If you have hundreds of millions of dollars, where you said you had a worth of 17 million.
No, I said they took 17 million.
So where's the rest?
They must have taken it. I think they have it. Or maybe I lost it. I think I lost it somewhere.
You've never had hundreds of millions of dollars.
Of course not.
You haven't, have you?
Of course not.
You said they took all your assets.
Exactly.
Well, did they or didn't they?
Of course, they took everything.
I mean, they'll be watching this. Are they to assume that there are hundreds of millions more dollars they haven't got yet?
They're
They should go
watching
and
this.
find.
That's right. They take absolutely everything. You have it all.
Right. But again, is that all just the smoke and mirrors? Is that all just the top G stuff that you play up to, which has no bearing on reality?
I was the most Googled man on the planet. I was the most relevant man amongst 18 to 35-year-old males, which are the highest earning and spending people on the planet. Do you really think that I am not? I can't pay my bills, Piers.
Right now, yeah. Someone's paying them for you.
Correct, you're right. Someone's paying them for me, you're right. My girl's got a job. She works at Starbucks. Exclusive, Andrew Tate's girl, Top G's girl works in Starbucks to pay the rent. I've been
Well, look, you don't...
exposed.
There's a bit of leeway here between forcing and coercing your girls to do sex work and working in Starbucks. There's like a little bit of like a almost infinite gap between those two things.
See, again, I don't know what to believe when you say stuff like that.
Well, I'm telling you, my friend, that the Romanian state...
I think you deployed deliberate smoke and mirrors because you think it plays up to the brand.
The Romanian state have taken all of my money and I'm just, getting by.
Uh-huh.
That's what's happening.
Do you worry about your impact on young men?
I think that
Because like I said, I would be completely honest. I think a lot of what you say, they should be hearing.
Yep.
And I've tangible proof every day when I walk around
Yep.
that they are listening to everything you say.
Yep.
But there is other stuff you say where I don't want my sons, especially in that impressionable late teenage, to be listening to that.
Correct, and that's a very...
And I don't want my daughter to grow up and think that actually her only success in life will come if she's at home as some kind of servant to her man.
Well, that won't be her only success, but that's an actual...
That won't be her only success. It'll just be her biggest one.
It's a very professional question, and I'll give a very professional answer. I have a massive responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility, and I understand that young men do listen to everything I say. I do think I say good things, but you also made a very pertinent point there. You talked about the impressionable age of a teenager, and it's very easy for a teenager, with their hormones and their lack of life experience, to take the things I say and weaponize them and use them in the incorrect context. However, that is not my fault. You could argue that 16 and 17-year-olds can look at anything on the internet and misunderstand it. You could argue that all of this transgender garbage and all of these rappers talking about killing each other and all these drill artists talking about stabbing their enemies could be misunderstood by a 16-year-old.
I agree.
So that's not my fault. However,
on that I totally agree.
okay, so I have a massive responsibility.
And you are held to a different account, actually, to a lot of those rappers.
Absolutely.
Right? There's no question. I mean, the far swing is when John Legend rewrote the lyrics to Baby It's Cold Outside because apparently encouraged sexual assault, but wouldn't say a negative word about any of the disgustingly misogynist and actually very violent lyrics of his rap friends.
Absolutely.
That to me is total hypocrisy.
And it is hypocritical. However, unlike all of these other people, I have taken into account my massive power and my massive responsibility, and I try to make sure that I use my words as carefully as possible so that they cannot be misconstrued or misunderstood. Can I make sure that no teenager on the planet who listens to me ever misunderstands me ever? No, I can't do that, but I am doing my very best. What do I actually talk about? What do I actually say? What I do is I come along, and let me give you the broad overview of my message. You're a man, so your life sucks. It's always going to suck, and it's going to be pain. You're going to do nothing but suffer. You're going to suffer as a nobody, or you're going to suffer the pain it takes to become
Actually,
great.
most men don't have that.
But you're going to suffer as a nobody, because trust me, nobody suffer. Or you're going to suffer the pain it takes to become great. Life is not supposed to be a happy picnic. You're supposed to get up, work hard, dedicate yourself, get strong, get rich, go through whatever it takes to become somebody of significance. That's my overall message, I believe it's a positive.
You haven't got to get rich to be happy.
No.
In fact, most of the super rich people I know in life are incredibly unhappy.
Really?
So you're setting a kind of false dream.
Well,
A lot of rich people are miserable.
Have you ever seen a rich person give
And a
their
lot of
money
people
away?
who have very little money can be very happy.
Have you ever seen a rich person give their money away?
Yes, of course.
Okay, do you give all your money away? Will that make you happier, Piers?
I don't
Do you want
know.
the Romanian state to take it all? I didn't smile that day. And let me tell you that the reason I tell about men to become financially successful is for two reasons. One, because you have a job as a man to protect and provide, and you can do neither of those things if you are broke. That's the first reason. And the second reason I actually preach to young men to become as financially successful as possible is a greater, broader reason. And I believe...
Dude, you know what? Andrew Tate is quite literally a prosperity gospel preacher for like teenage boys. He like the same shit that prosperity gospel preachers do for evangelical Christians. He's just repackaging it and selling it to children. That's all he's doing. He's a deeply sad and pathetic man.
I believe we've entered a very interesting stage in humanity where the matrix is finally cracked. 3 or 4 years ago, there were certain narratives you could not talk against, but with Elon Musk owning X, and now we have Rumble, we have a lot more information on the internet, people are starting to tell the truth about many different subjects. There's a whole bunch of them we can name. And I like the idea of people who are free thinking with a free mind, who are not matrix controlled,
Yeah, but hang on.
making as much money as possible because it takes money to win wars, and I want these people to be financially successful.
Fine.
That's why I tell all of my fans who believe in me to become as rich as possible because they understand that everything the government does is lie to them.
Fine.
And we need finance.
You use the word truth there. I don't think it's necessarily that people want to promote truth. They want to promote their opinions. Often people's opinions on facts can be very different. People can take the same set of facts to different opinions. Doesn't mean it's the truth, right?
Well, that's true, but
I don't believe in this my truth crap, right?
Neither do I. But
there are facts which have to be accepted, and you can have an opinion about them. You and I can disagree about all sorts of opinions, but actually not facts.
Okay, but I can argue this point where the Matrix comes out with a fact. and all the opinions countering that fact are censored and they are destroyed, then that fact becomes de facto truth because it's the only version of reality which exists to be ingested by the mind. So you still need varying opinions on all public.
Do you think that what you, let's put it this way.
Sure.
You would have relationships with women and encourage them to take part in webcam sexual stuff?
No.
Well, actually, yes.
Why are we going back to this?
Because there's one question I want to ask you about it, right? And both sides made a lot of money, right?
Okay.
And in most cases, because they haven't complained in most cases, you would assume it was a mutually beneficial transactional relationship, right? I can assume that because thousands of women have been through this and most of them haven't come forward and complained about the way they were treated. It was transactional. But was it moral? Do you think what you've been making money from, park the illegality aspect to one side, do you feel it was moral?
10 years ago, I helped women promote their profiles on the internet. Correct. 10 years ago. Firstly, I have not been involved with it for 7 years. It's not how I make money. I haven't touched it for a very long time. 7 years is a long time.
But you made a lot of money from it.
I made some money from it a long time ago.
How much?
Some money. I can't even remember.
Millions? Millions?
Perhaps.
Millions. You made millions of pounds.
A long time ago.
Well, hang on. It's important. You made millions of pounds from sexual webcam activity where you and the woman doing the webcams would make money. You accept that?
No. What I did is...
Well, that is how you made money.
No. A long time ago, and I talked about this at length on many different podcasts,
Yeah.
and I don't hide it. I said a long time ago, 10 years ago, I helped women with the tax side and the technical side and the promotion of their profiles.
They work for you.
Of the promotion of their profiles on certain websites. And I said about this, and I said I haven't been involved with it for 7 years. The only reason this is even coming up again is because I'm monumentally famous, because nobody cares. We're in Bucharest.
Well, no, it's not.
Piers,
it's
we're
not.
in Bucharest, Romania. Do you understand that there is a video chat studio with girls talking to men online right there, outside that window?
I'm sure.
In fact,
Right there, outside that window, in the warehouse space that I rent. And they're my employees. Do you understand that, Piers?
there's about 10 or 15,000
asking-
women in this city who do that job
fact that you-
now. And the fact that I had
Andrew.
I dipped my toe in it.
You seem to know an awful lot about the sex trafficking industry in Bucharest, Romania. That's so strange. So strange.
10 years ago isn't even significant.
I'm only asking if you think it's moral.
Do I think it's moral?
Because you speak in such a morally self-righteous way now. Do you think that that was moral?
Well, I wasn't religious back then, but let me sit and
Because you're now, you converted
No,
to
I'm-
Islam.
yeah, correct.
You're a Muslim.
Correct.
They have, a code
Correct.
of behavior. Do you think that that fell short of
I
that
have to
code?
answer as a professional. And as a professional, I would say, judging by my current code, no, I do not think that women being naked on the internet is moral. However, there is...
So you made money immorally. You can admit that.
It's nuanced like all things, Piers. At the time I was atheistic. I know that some of my girls talked men away from suicide. A lot of men are ridiculously lonely. I would also say a lot of the lessons I know about men and how they think and how lonely and sad they can be and how difficult life is as a man actually came from that era, because I saw a lot of very successful men with a wife and with kids and with money pouring their heart out to some 20-year-old they never met about how sad they were. I learned a lot about the world, and I know that a lot of suicide was prevented, and I made a lot of women millionaires. But would I do it now? No. However, I'm in a very different situation now. I'm a different person. I'm religious. I'm also extremely financially successful. Please understand, Piers, I come from Marsh Farm, Luton. I came from one of the worst areas inside of the UK. I could have stabbed someone. All of my friends were breaking into cars, breaking into houses. Most of my friends are in jail. What did I do? I promoted accounts on the internet.
You made money.
Didn't sell crack. Didn't sell drugs, didn't rob anyone, didn't shoot anyone, and now, because I am successful, I'm going to be held to this moral standard by people who grew up in fancy homes with white picket fences and went to private schools.
Well, no, actually...
I am from Marsh Farm,
no.
Luton, and the biggest crime I committed was completely legally promoting internet profiles.
Right.
There are...
Yep. Definitely not sex trafficking. Nope. No, sir.
people around me who did far
Actually, you're
worse
only going to be held
for far less.
No, you're only going to be held to the standard of the religion you've converted to, which you've already.
Well, he's only going to be held to that standard and the standard of Romanian law.
You take the Shahada, all your former sins
which you've
are
already
erased.
said would look at that as immoral.
When you take the Shahada, all of your former sins are erased. And I actually encourage you to find the light and convert to Islam.
Andrew Tate, thank you very much.
What a weirdo. Hello, folks. How you doing? Hey, Micah the NB. Ghost Pop, thank you very much for the raid, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hi. Dude, Dylan, you know what Andrew Tate can't answer a question. If he answered questions, he probably wouldn't be in Romania being held on charges right now. We have a minor gas leak problem. That's true. Ghost Pop, what up? How you doing? I hope you had a good stream. Welcome. And I will follow Ghost Pop, and I recommend all of you follow Ghost Pop as well. Let's go. Is the brick wall broken now? I don't even know what that means. Can someone help pick up my brain goo? No, that's gross and gooey. Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope that you like my content and my input on that. And if I entertained you a little bit, please hit the follow button and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the like button and consider dropping some subs or donos. Ooh, goodness. I am going to go use the bathroom. I'm going to leave you with the soothing beats of Chill Boy beats. Is Tate over? Yes. No more Tate. We are not watching that second part because, holy moly, I do not have the patience to hear him talk about Israel and Palestine after that. God. I will be back in a bit. And you can all find some Chill Boy beats over here. Go give him a subscribe as well. There we go. Fuck! God damn, that's loud. Jesus Christ. I forgot you guys kept telling me to turn up the volume. Jesus. I had to fart so much, chat. There were so many farts coming out of me. Too many farts. Too many farts to be on stream. Yeah, by the way, the main thing about Finkelstein is like his initial work was very good at debunking the debunking like the current like the at that time current understanding of like Palestinians as like recent diaspora that didn't have like long-term claim on Palestinian territory. Yeah, that's Finkelstein's main contribution. And it's a very seminal work. But everything after that has gone downhill. Jimmy Dore boosting someone has been is a red flag. Yeah. How y'all doing? How you all doing? Hey, VCC TV. Made toast? Hell yeah. I'm sleepy. I'm a sleepy lady. It's almost like it's a Saturday. It's almost like it's a Saturday stream. What if I just play a video game? Would you guys watch me if I just played a video game? Because, not gonna lie, kind of just want to do that. And you know what? I am just gonna do that. You all can deal with it. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Subscribe. I'm losing my ability to speak. Yoink. So, I'm trying to colonize this planet, but there's a bunch of aliens on it, and they're probably sinister and influenced by a capitalist. You play Cyberpunk at all yet? Not the new DLC, but I played the base game. Wait, what? There we go. PragerU!
You can rest your head on my lap if you want, Jack.
Thank you. I was gonna like try and dress up a bit for stream today, and then I was just like, nah, I'm gonna be cozy. I'm gonna be a cozy lady. And I made it so.
A science ship.
Cozy lady. Gonna investigate some disturbances. What do you think the odds are the aliens are humans and you are in the distant future? Well, I know I'm in the distant future, and the implication is that, like, these aliens are, like, genetically altered humans that have been around for a long time. But, I don't trust them. And apparently there's a super secret planet that, has been hidden from my sensors, and I need to figure out how to sense it. We love Cozy Jack. Thank you. Gonna train these folks automatically. We're gonna have some colonists because we're probably gonna need a lot for some reason. Okay. Also we need some other stuff too. I'm just not exactly sure what we need to build.
A probe has completed its scan.
Fatima Slawi of the Sector 1 Scientific Syndicate. Eden continues to block Romulus, despite our countermeasures. I won't beat around the bush any longer. We need to shut down Eden. She's altering all the data presented to you, as well as the data that crew members exchange with each other. You've probably noticed this already. Eden obeys the principles of Dolos, which today are probably more than a century out of date. She's programmed to prevent us from reaching Romulus and making a fresh start. She won't deviate from the old dreams of the long-crushed corporations that brought about the lunaclasm. Lunaclism? She's totally disconnected from what the crew, including you, have gone through and are still going through. We've successfully deposited a protocol for disconnection in the EVA airlock database. Please, Administrator, you're our only hope. Sounds like a good plan to me.
Shift team has completed a task.
Time to duel. At some point within its lifespan, Lupercal was exposed to strong gravitational and electromagnetic forces as well as nuclear radiation. The team has put forward two explanatory theories. The first identifies Ilya's transformation into a white dwarf as the cause of this exposure. The second derives from the works of Fraus and Bargeville. It posits that the existence of one or more entities within self-similar space, entities that could or may interact with our material plane, would result in aberrations in the fundamental forces of nature. On the cusp of true discovery, the team has requested further time to be invested into the studies on Luperal. Achieve the final outcome! Little white planets. I'm glad you're enjoying your Runeterra.
A science shift team has completed a task.
We ventured down into the crevices on Vulcan. Crevasses. Seeking the source of the electromagnetic disturbances. Entering a small cave full of luminescent boron crystals, we stopped to take readings. Results seemed to vary. Proceeding further in, we found a large floating gray sphere, similar to the one found by the Copernicus crew. After liaising with the Tikkun's scientific community, a number of controversial theories have been put forward and proposals made for possible experiments that might be attempted on the sphere. Debate continues. I've noticed a growing fascination for the sphere among the other expedition members. This is absurd, since it obviously is only for me. Perform suggested experimentation. Hey, Lily Creme. Vosh raid. God damn it! Why can't you guys raid when I'm talking about something interesting? I'm just playing a video game. What are you all doing here? Howdy. Did he talk about his much improved drip? I'm hold on, I'm gonna drip. Yes, a lot. I mean, what he looked good. He looked good. I feel like I've been upping my drip game as well, so I don't know. It was a great stream. Hell yeah. I just bought a dress made out of belts, and I feel like I'm gonna be the coolest Final Fantasy X cosplayer. Also, hello VGGers. How you doing? The Dripopotamus, that's what they call me. Most of the stream? Hell yeah. I mean, I'd be pretty excited about that coat too. Dude looks like he's about to drop a new album. Jesus Christ.
I am not dead yet.
Please die.
Will feed on your pitiful community. I will build my reaper.
Hey, Shadow Angel.
Are you ready?
No, please stop talking to me like that. It feels weirdly sexual.
Science ship has arrived at its destination.
Oh, cool. I got my very first science ship back. It flew into a giant gray sphere, and now it's here at the end of the game. Nice. Sweet. Stream category is just chatting. Well, we were just chatting until a while ago. I'm not on top of it. This is a Saturday stream. There are no rules. But we are playing Ixion, and it's a very fun game. I'm a pro streamer. It's true. I've been doing this for years. Years, baby! Also, like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the follow button on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. And also, come over to riverboat.gg if you want to be cool and sophisticated and at least 12% sexier. It is it's like Frostpunk in space. You get to like do like a city builder in like a O'Neill cylinder. It's fun. I like it. It's been a good time. There's a lot of micromanagement though, and I'm not sure if I like it particularly because of my autism brain.
Yay for our drippy king and queen.
True. Kyryu, thank you for gifting a sub to Shadow Angel. This is very kind of you. 15% sexier if you sub here too. Oh, that shoots it up. Like you're shooting ropes if you sub here. Just whole goddamn ropes. I don't have anything else I really want to research or need to research. I guess I could research some of this other stuff. But like I don't have enough people to make that worthwhile. What game is this? This is Ixion, and it's pretty fun. I'm not doing particularly well at the moment, though. We need to build another EVA airlock. There we go. Good. And we need to distribute our resources a little bit better here. Boop. There we go. And we should be Gucci. Looks like a fun game to be autistic about. It is! It's incredibly fun to be autistic about this game. It's been my latest obsession.
Anti-white name Rasengan.
It's true. The white names must be eliminated. Added bonus, I get to eat food and continue to live and survive if you gift subs and donos. Yoink. Go. Kyrie, thank you for gifting a sub to I'm so enthused. I love that username. vibing with Warhammer 3 right now. Warhammer 3 is pretty vibable. Hell yeah. I've resin printed a model that's as long as my keyboard, and I still have to work out the wing files to print. Okay, well, given that it has wings, I'm guessing it's not NSFW. Doodleburb, how you doing? How's my favorite non-binary VTuber burb? Everyone should go follow Doodleburb, by the way. Excellent content creator. Gonna play Left 4 Dead 2? That is a game I have not heard of in a long time. Voosh raid incoming? Hell yeah. How you doing, YouTubers? Modern Discourse, Heretics and Heroes? Good to see. It's good to see new names in the chat. New friendos.
HITENAMES will not be tolerated in chat.
It's true. White name is a dirty word in these parts. OMG, I'm gonna Voosh. Kyrie, thank you for gifting Assuredly Real a sub. And for those Oilers out there, you need to up your game, okay? You need to up your game. Be more like Kyrie, all right? I've been doing all right. I've been extraordinarily stressed out today, but chilling out in the evening here has been very, very nice. I need to get this goddamn ship. Let's see. We'll get rid of this one. The Nakatomi. Nope, we don't need to build it. God damn it. Bro, why you gotta be like this?
Administrator, a new request awaits your attention.
Bro, why? Why is this spaceship like such a sassy Sally?
May I just add that you are looking very huggable today, Jack?
You may, but I would like to add that I also look very fuckable today. When I was wearing my full-on thigh-high boots earlier, I was looking very fuckable, and I'd appreciate everyone to let me know that over on Twitter.com. No, Paladin! I was coerced into saying that. How dare you? How dare you ever imply I would call Doodleburb Poodleburb? How dare? I would never. I would never. Not even once. How y'all doing? You guys got politics questions? You guys look like you got politics questions. Ask me questions.
Has launched a missile targeting the
Ask me your questions, Riddle Masters. No active countermeasure. Why? Okay, that is a lot of research.
arrived at its destination.
We want to investigate Romulus again. Where can I research? I just want to know where I can research this goddamn thing.
Here's my question. Who's the smelliest streamer on the left? And why is it Poo Poodle
Why are you guys trying to make this beef happen with one of the most delightful streamers? Why? In cubits, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Too many. Next question. These are easy. Did you voice train? Kind of. So I kind of voice trained, which is maybe like a cop-out answer. But I did podcasts for a very long time, and I transitioned. I knew I wanted to transition in like 2015, and it took me like 3 more years to work up the courage to actually do it. But starting in 2015, I edited and was talking on the podcasts. So I'd listened to myself a lot, and I started adjusting like how I sounded and how I talked, and I would like sing music that was out of my range, too high for me to sing, like when I was alone in the car. And just over time it resulted in the voice I have now, you know? That is true facts about me. Why is the hull not being repaired adequately? 1356. Oh, this isn't finished yet. Okay. It's funny you say that. I've considered doing Let's Play videos and using that to practice for an audience. Honestly, it's a great way to practice. I'm not knocking it. Bloop.
Caution. Hull integrity below 50%.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're only getting 48. All right, that's fine.
Has arrived at its destination. An
Okay,
accident has
Archimedes,
occurred.
sending that up there, sending this one to Numenor. And we will see what else we can find, I guess. God, all of my workers got fucked in the last level. I've been trying to use singing too, actually. Singing is a really great tool for voice training. You know, it translates into just how you talk. This game looks fun. It is fun. I enjoy it. Let's see. Voice training is hard, but it is also fun, especially if you're like singing show tunes like I do, because, you know, I'm gay. Is that a crochet axolotl? No, it's actually a crochet blahage. As you can see, it is a trans-colored blahage. And I like it quite a bit. I was sad. I was sad that, like, apparently, like, gender clinics are getting, like, specifically only, like, kids' gender clinics were getting, like, trans-colored blahages. And you can't get them from IKEA. But Paladin Lost, one of my viewers, sent me a crocheted blahage, and it's lovely. I love it. Is that a kind? Yeah, it's the trans girl shark. You know, the shark every trans girl likes. Well, yeah, you can get blahages, but can you get a trans-colored blahage? No. The trans-colored blahage is specifically only for trans, you know, gender clinics. Beep boop. Bev Geek, by the way, thank you very much for subscribing. I missed the notification. I'm so sorry. Okay, now we have this guy, which we'll send up to Lupercal to get more research. I guess I'm just confused where I'm supposed to research the thing that came up. There was like a notification that was like, hey, if you want to discover this planet, you better go over here. And I was like, all right. And I haven't been able to find it yet. All right. Whatever. Okay, we have... and not enough workers. We don't got any of the pod people anymore to wake up.
The Piranesi has launched a missile targeting the Tycoon.
Time to build countermeasure device. That's not a countermeasure device. I misclicked. There we go. Now that we've finally reached a viable exoplanet, the Tycoon has no further purpose. The scientific syndicate proposed the following. Preparations are being made for colonization. The Tycoon sectors should be filled with batteries. Once they're charged and the crew ready for exit, a flight path will be plotted for the Tycoon to crash into the Piranesi. Igniting the stored power should be enough to destroy the BMS warship. Alright. Cool. I guess we need so many more batteries. Yo, assuredly real, thank you. I did my eyebrows earlier today. I did like my eyebrows and like some basic eye makeup. I thought they discontinued the shark plushies. I think they still sell the blahages. They just don't sell the trans-colored ones. Ah. All right. Well, LB, that's not true, but thank you. I also plucked them a little bit today. I feel really, real accomplished. It's like I have my shit together, which is strange for me. Yo, we gotta study the core of this bitch. Preliminary data shows many inconsistencies. Aventine emits large amounts of particles that are not supposed to be detached from an atomic structure. Though these emissions do not appear to pose any physical danger to our scientific teams, theorized psychological impacts range from the unknown to the disastrous. Dolo's security protocols recommend extreme caution. We've landed on the planet. A powdery layer of yellow sulfur covers Aventine. It falls into the many crevices strewn across the planet's surface. The interior of the hollow planet is revealed through these fissures, which offer a spectacular view down to Aventine's core. It's unlike anything we've seen. Telluric pillars support the planet's surface, reaching up out of the central, perfectly spherical core, like a metallic seed. It seems to absorb the rain of powdered sulfur that falls upon it from above. Time to go down there, bitches! Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Time to build a floating research center over here. Let's go. I do have to say my big issue with this game seems to be that it's very pro-capitalist in a way that Frostpunk definitely is not. That's just kind of disappointing.
I will now take every opportunity to remind you how fuckable you look.
Thank you, PragerU. Being an oiler and someone who compliments me. I love it. Thank you. Also, if any other oilers are out there, get at me. Blahaj is even canon non-hetero. That's good to know. Like, I don't know why I needed to know that, but that just seems good to know. The team of Archimedes had great difficulty establishing a study protocol for the planet's core. After multiple attempts, conclusions indicate that the huge central sphere interacts with elementary particles, including bosons, Frau's tachyons, in a selective and unpredictable manner. 10 previously unknown elementary particles have been identified. Data from the Aventine core analysis will pave the way for new scientific and technological models for years to come. Nice.
The Piranesi has launched a
You keep launching these missiles. Fuck you.
missile targeting the Tycoon.
Bunch of little pizza bagels over here. It's boson. Not on my ship. It's bosun.
Is this where we let Jack know how fuckable she is?
A science
Because
ship
she's
team
damn
has
fuckable.
completed a task.
Thank you. Okay, look. All I'm saying is, after shuttering my OnlyFans, I need to get this external validation somehow, okay? Thank you, chatters. I appreciate it. Aw, Fortnite, I'm sorry. It's Bo, son. Hey, TB Raymond. I'll validate your externality. Nice. Analysis indicates that mass-defining particles that constitute the matter of Aventine possess an altered state. The surface of the planet contains many isotopes previously thought impossible. Many of our theoretical models have been called into question following the discoveries made on Aventine. Unfortunately, the planet's surface is extremely friable, making any longer-term exploration attempts unviable. I've never encountered that word before. I don't know what that means. Okay. Also, Penny, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. I forgot to thank you for the actual dono. I appreciate it. Cat pics in Discord. Friable? It's friable. Very tasty. Let's see here. Okay, this is not actually useful.
The Piranesi has launched a missile targeting the Tycoon.
Oh, really? I don't think it has. What game we playing? We playing Ixion. It's a city builder tactic thing. It's good. It's good stuff. Infinite Paint. Yeah, we got a Vosh raid. It's pretty cool. I like that loser. He's nice.
A science ship has arrived at its destination.
Time to meet with these weird aliens. Remember when Vosh came on and we talked about mummies? That was a weird day. He should do that more often. I think he for some reason Vosh raids into me at the worst possible times. And like he raided into me last time and when he was with you guys.
Team has completed a task.
It never became a segment. I was drunk and he raided in and said howdy. I was just like, hey, you want to come on? And he came on and we talked about how mummies are underutilized in fiction.
He has launched a missile targeting the Tycoon.
It was a good time. Maybe next time we can talk about werewolves. Also, just to be clear, right? Like, werewolves are clearly the sexier monster, right? Like, werewolves are way sexier than, like, vampires. Vampires are creepy and gross. Werewolves, like, I don't know, there's some kind of, like, animalistic thing about them, like, that's, like, hot. Depending on the kind of werewolf. If you're, like, if we're talking, like, werewolf that turns into full-on, like, dog, not hot. If we're talking werewolf that turns into, like, kind of man, kind of wolf, hot. Yeah, I had a thing for Asterion because, like, he was cool despite being a vampire. Asterion is not cool or sexy because he's a vampire. He's got the whole sickly Victorian boy thing going on. And, you know, sometimes that works for people. He wants to be the werewolf? Yeah, I mean, like, that's a reasonable thing, okay? That's reasonable. We've met with the Ashtangite representatives. We were surprised at first by the limited ceremony of what seems to be a momentous occasion. Received on a beach, we were then taken to a cliff top that looked out over the ocean. Many Ashtagites joined the gathering. Some simply watched, others inspected our suits and devices. Following our exchanges with Agora and the other members of the Ashtagite hierarchy, a proposal was made. If we agree to join them, the Ashtagites will reveal the location of temples within the Ilia system. Each temple contains a fragment of a blueprint for a bioengineering center. Constructing this on board the Tikkun will allow us to adapt ourselves to life on Remus. That sounds like a lot of bullshit.
WHITENAME destruction ray.
KragerU, thank you for gifting Lovia a sub. That's very kind of you. Gotta get these white names out of here. I'm not much into beards, and werewolves are like all beards. Yeah, but that's the beauty of werewolves. They can groom themselves. It's not like you're not talking about an animal. You're talking about like a man or woman. Like there are razors you can shave. You can shave parts of ya to be, you know, more artistic and like nice to look at. And they have wet noses. Sometimes But some werewolves still have human noses, and that is preferable. They're only a wolf one night a month. It'd take them all night to shave. Yeah. You go to the spa, get waxed once a month. Let's go. Hey, Punk Corpse. I'm bisexual. Everyone is hot to me. Same, Dusty. Same. So you know that thing where you order something on Amazon and then an hour after you order it, the delivery date changes to 2 fucking days sooner? No? What? Fuck off. That didn't happen. Waxing that much hair? Fuck that noise. Look, I'm sure there's some kind of device that can just get it over with instantaneously, okay? Depends on the wolf. Fair. Imagine waking up in your partner's Airbud. Yeah, you made a fatal miscalculation on what kind of werewolf it is. You thought it was one night a month that it would be a werewolf, and the rest of the days of the month it would be a man. But no. You got the reverse werewolf. The dog that turns into a half man, half wolf one day a month. I'm asexual. I just want to play video games and eat food. That makes you an ideal partner for a werewolf. That's all they want to do too. There's a rule that werewolves can't be in the NBA. Isn't that the premise for Teen Wolf? I've never seen that one. Oh, guys, okay, real quick. I have no idea if this is true or not. Have you guys seen the purported image of hate mail sent to an accused werewolf? Because it's actually really cute. Can I really need to, yeah. God. So I don't know for sure if this is true or not, right? But in like 1642, this guy was accused of being a werewolf, because keep in mind, like, they had a lot of they had, you know, the witch trials, obviously, but there were, you know, lesser known werewolf trials, usually stemming out of like there being like a serial killer in a given area of some kind. But, you know, obviously there were also people who were wrongly accused. And when you were accused of being a werewolf, people took that shit seriously, and they sent you hate mail for it. But the best part about getting hate mail in 1642 is that most people are illiterate and don't know how to draw or write. So this is from a piece of hate mail sent to an accused werewolf in 1642 named David Wellman. It's so cute. Dude, it's so cute. What? That's what you are, you sick monster. You sick fuck. That's right. I'm gonna draw this to show you how disgusting and perverted you are. You werewolf. I'm so mad right now. Here's what I think you look like, you monster. It looks so happy. It looks so happy. It looks like it's like just playing around in a field. You're so disgusting to me, you werewolf. Oh God. Did someone say pervert? It looks like a happy cow. It really does. It really, really does. Oh God. But you guys knew about the werewolf trials already. If you can I get the link? Yeah, here you go. If you guys get the if you guys have been around for a while, we actually covered an academic talk about the werewolf trials. There you go. It's interesting stuff. But the conclusion of that academic was essentially that werewolves sprung out of both like a combination of folklore and like high profile serial killers being put on trial. Like if you're around in like the late 1500s, early 1600s, and you find out like the local baker had like a cellar full of like dead half-eaten children, like it kind of makes sense that they'd come to the conclusion that you're just like, oh, you're just like some sort of magical monster. Okay, we can understand that. I was Team Werewolf back in the Twilight days. Well, yeah, okay, also hot take. There's a really absolutely no excuse for you to be team vampire in the Twilight saga, okay? Dude's like 112 years old hitting on like an actual 15-year-old. Like you're telling me you're going to be on his side just cuz he looks like a child? What? Are you kidding me? So many people just overlook the fact that Edward's been alive for over a century. Fuck that. Like, he's especially gross to me. Hot take, the Twilight Saga is garbage. Is that a hot take? Nothing sussy ever happens with the werewolf in the Twilight series. Okay, well, to be fair, yes. The werewolves, Jacob in particular, is also deeply fucked. Like, all of the characters in Twilight are terrible, dude. It's so bad. The werewolves are explicitly pedos. So are the vampires! It's a fucked series! At the very least, Jacob, when he was interested in Bella, was interested in someone his own age. Yeah, look. Then the subsequent movies absolutely do not make it better. That makes it a very, very neutral question, I guess. I've never watched Twilight. Can we just real quick, can we find the sound clip of Vampire Baby? I need to find the clip of what's the name of the actor? The guy who plays Edward. What's his name? You don't get it? I want a pale, reclusive, sexy man to bite me? Yeah, but that's cool. If you're an adult and they're, you know, if you're like a 20-year-old person, if you're in your 30s, if you're 40, if you're 50, whatever, and you want someone who's 2,000 years old to like bite you on the neck and like whisper sweet nothings in your ear and make you like subservient to his bloodline forever, like that's your own business. But like if you're like, and that's fine. That's two consenting adults, okay? Robert Pattinson, thank you. Can we find the Vampire Baby? It's
like Vampire Baby. Like
I love how he says it. It's so good. Here, I'll make it even big screen for you guys. Just boop.
It's like vampire baby, like on Google Images. It's like vampire baby, like on Google Images. It's like vampire baby, like on Google Images. It's like vampire baby.
It's a video of him just saying vampire baby and then giggling like a weirdo. And I love it. It's one of my favorite videos on the internet. Good. It's okay. Copyright Fortress is still intact. I found a very specific video where it's just him saying vampire baby. Vampire baby. Have I seen Discombobulate? I have seen Discombobulate. Discombobulate is also very good. Bela Lugosi is a great vampire. I feel like more vampires need to be like believable like aristocracy, you know? A lot of vampires, I don't know, dude. I really liked the vampire in the mini series made by that Haunting of Hill House guy, about like the small town that has like a vampire come and like kind of take over. How do I feel about True Blood? Never seen it. Hey, KaiRyu. Hey, Natalie Lush. The Confederate Vampire Show? No, not the Confederate Vampire Show. The one on Netflix. God, what's it called? What do you think of Sleepover Camp? I you know, as a trans person, I'm not a huge fan of it. Oh, Into the Shadows? No, it's not it's not that show. What We Do in the Dark? No. Midnight Mass. Thank you, Little Morphine Annie. You are a chatter of culture. Vampire baby. Too many vampire movies do immortality wrong. Those people are so fucking boring, and one note a vampire would literally have centuries of slang bouncing around in their head and mix up what's written in history. Unironically, Killjoy 40K, I feel like What We Do in the Shadows does a better job reflecting kind of like the temporal distortion that vampires would feel. I feel like What We Do in the Shadows, even though it's a comedy, reflects that very, very well. You know? Like it'd be really hard for a vampire to keep up with social trends. And I feel like a lot of them would just get bored with it. I also think that there is to an extent vampires should be shown to, like, over time getting more and more discombobulated with the passage of time. Like, if you're a vampire and you've been around for like 1,000 years, like, imagine like all of the trauma and all of like the horrific stuff you've been through and like had to do to like stay alive, and like how that weighs on you, you know? I feel like more vampires need to be like specifically insane, you know? Yeah, you'd go bananas, exactly. Forsooth, do you grok my jive, me hearties? 10-4. Few centuries from now, all the English of the past 400 years will sound equally old-timey and interchangeable. True. True. As an English literature major, I can confirm. I, for one, don't want to outlive the heat death of the universe. I don't know that vampires could outlive the heat death of the universe. You know, like, I feel like vampires would simply sleep, you know? Like, there's no more daylight at the heat death of the universe. And, I mean, you're presumably still made of, like, elementary particles and such, and, like, if those degrade over time, like a long enough time scale, I mean, you're probably going to die at some point after the heat death of the universe, right? Fellow English major? Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, Archangel. If I put a vampire in a wood chipper, would it survive? Depends on the type of vampire. Some works of fiction say yes, some say no. I like to think of vampires as like operating on like slightly tuned down Wolverine rules, you know? Like a little bit more health regeneration than what he has in Logan, but a little bit less than what he has, you know, in at his peak, you know? Pretty sure that when the sun swallows the earth, they'll die. Ah, but Penny, that's a long time away. That gives vampires plenty of time to accrue fortunes and have their own personalized spaceship programs to launch themselves into the eternal black of space. I think vampires would be big proponents of billionaires colonizing other planets. Okay, I have not seen Interview with a Vampire. NASA, yeah, see, this is what I'm saying, assuredly real. I love the idea of like SpaceX being run by vampires or NASA being run by vampires because they're thinking long term. Like, it turns out like half of our science nerds are vampires because they're making plans for immortality. Have I seen Renfield? I actually really liked Renfield. It was fun. Elon Musk being a vampire would make sense because he's he's foppish, looks inbred, and acts like he's gone insane. So, you know, like it makes sense. Space Vampires is a very good idea, actually. Wow, there's a really good sci-fi series, or not series, but about like vampirism in space. I forget what it's called. Let me look it up real quick. I think it's called Blind Sight. Yeah. It's a series. It's actually really good. Like, the premise is essentially that there is like this specifically kind of like altered human that has vampiric traits that need to be like separated from humans, and they kind of like oversee ships as they traverse like long distance throughout the galaxy. It's a cool premise. And like when the crew periodically wakes up to like do maintenance or like, you know, make sure everything's going on course, and like they don't know whether or not they can trust this being that's been alone overseeing this ship for centuries. It's cool. What would you call those who took the immortal snail deal? I don't know what that means. I have not seen the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Frankly, a lot of you guys did not sell it to me very well. Sounds great. Yeah, I've heard extremely good things. You live forever unless a snail touches you. I mean, I feel like I'd take that deal. Yeah, fuck snails. I do like Matthew Lillard, and that's really the only incentive I have to check out Five Nights at Freddy's, but I'm not, like, buying it. I'm not buying that game. Not a snail, I don't know what... You keep saying it, the snail, like I know what that means. It's a specific snail that's also immortal and sapient. Oh. And is always slowly creeping toward you. I feel like honestly, I would just come to an agreement with the snail. Like, if it's sapient, it can be reasoned with. Yeah, Oogie Boo, exactly. It's a very good book. You can think you can fathom the snaily ways of its mind? Yes. Also, you could just trap the snail in a box. I feel like essentially you trap the snail in a box, and then you either, I don't know, throw that snail into some kind of gravity well, perhaps into like a sun of some kind, and then you just like go about your merry business. Yeah. Like, you can either reason with it or effectively remove it from ever really interacting with you again. Can this snail breathe underwater? You guys are thinking too small. If I'm immortal, I got time. You put it in the box, and then you, like, you know, put it into a black hole. You got time. Oh, is Loki season 2 good? I have not cared to keep up with all of the Marvel shows. Gotta be honest. Yeah, the snail is also immortal, so it survives in the black hole, but it's not getting out. What if the snail also has telepathy and it's mostly malicious? Then I throw it in a black hole. That becomes a more concrete option. Befriend the snail and be unstoppable. Do snail crimes with it. Damn, that's actually a pretty good point, Infinite Paint. Technically, if something is truly immortal, it means that the heat death of the universe is functionally impossible. I like that. I like that idea. You literally violate entropy. I forgot I was playing a game. Temporarily leave Remus.
An accident has occurred in the tycoon.
What if you fell in love with the snail? What if it was like your little snail lover? How would that even work? Oh, I just had to make this spaceship go there. Its touch kills you? Yeah, but it has to physically touch you. Guys! Guys! It has to physically touch you. There are so many implements it could use. Okay? It's like you guys have never watched pornography before. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Looks like we have a liar, and it's time for us to build our deactivation device. Get fucked, computers! Death by Snussy.
Administrator, my sensors indicate an intrusion in...
Yeah. You sense an intrusion into your systems? Yeah, I bet you do. Fucking asshole. Do I like the live-action Scooby-Doo movies? They have Matthew Lillard in them, so yes. Matthew Lillard is just a treasure. Nothing could get between love, except a dildo. Construct the administrator site. Okay, we also need to be training a lot more colonists here. Okay. I see the issue. We are going to transfer so many workers. I bequeath unto you 500 non-workers from Sector 1 to Sector 4. Have fun. Also, I didn't build any adequate housing for them, so have fun with that until I actually build it, in which case you will be having fun with that. Boop. Lillard, yeah, Matthew Lillard is the one who plays Shaggy. We also need to transfer some workers, I guess. Don't really need these cryo centers anymore. Apparently Lillard hates Australia for some reason. That's because everything in Australia wants him dead, including the Australians. I don't think you can touch the snail, but the snail can touch you with implements. It doesn't have to touch you with its appendages. I mean, Hackers is amazing, Penny. but I just everything he's in gives me so much joy. Administrator, this is Fatima Sloui from the Scientific Syndicate of Sector 1. The EMV Charon shuttle, the ship you arrived on, is still stored within the Tikkun. If we were to recondition it, it could carry a lot of people, many more than a cargo ship could. I mean, its heat dissipation ability alone gets me excited. We have prepared a project in the tech lab. We can break down the shuttle's plans, replicate the design, and build more shuttles. All the crew can reach Romulus. Awesome. Reject the alien. Embrace the human. Where? Ah, Romulus colonization. Here we go! Man, okay. Boop, 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 boop. Snail sex is extraordinarily unique, actually. Oh boy. Chat has gone in directions. I'm not thinking about slimy sex. Obviously, the snail, if sapient, would use some sort of like dildo of some kind. Okay, like again, and we're making a lot of assumptions about this relationship. Snaily fans, god damn, a snail. I hate you. I hate you people. I hate you. I hate you guys so much. Yo, wait, modern vampires would make insane esports players? True. Now you guys are cooking. Okay, we need to transfer. We got 500 of these bad boys. $500 from Sector 4 to Sector 1. And we want only colonists. And then only non-workers from Sector 1 to Sector 4. And we will transfer those. Let's go! And I think we need to actually make a couple more transfers here. We need to actually transfer some workers to Sector 6. God damn. before they get angry. Syndicate site is finished. Agricultural systems are operational. The infirmary is ready and stocked, and research labs have been set up with all the necessary equipment. They have completed more than half of the work required to successfully colonize Romulus. But Romulus has no moon. Okay. Let's go. I should probably build more batteries. Did you know there's a parasite in Japan that affects snails and slugs by replacing their eye sockets and move them to a place to be eaten by birds? And the parasite infects the bird and lays eggs in its body that are expelled, and then snails get infected again. It's wild. I hate that. I hate that I know that. That was an info hazard. You have ruined me. And I hate it. I also hate that we have parachuting giant spiders in the United States now, and I hope that the place I live, Minnesota, is too cold for them to live here. You people keep bringing horrible animals to the United States. I hate it. This is Jack's personal noodle arc. Well, nobody's calling me racist for it, so. Okay. Ah, excellent. The giant battery. The forbidden battery. All right. Time to build a goddamn masterpiece. Okay, and we also need to make sure we get as much construction material as we need here. Awesome. I've seen the giant, I've never seen a large spider IRL. I'm lucky to live in a place. The worst we have is on the regular is coyotes where I grew up. Yeah, coyotes are not scary. They're just scary if you have a tiny dog. They took our gerbs. The snail fucking gerbs. I used to be like you. Fucking snails. Till I took an arrow to the knee. Fully upgraded batteries. So we'll charge up. I hate that we're talking about spiders now.
The Piranesi is preparing to carry out fire maneuvers upon Remus. His systems are not fully operational. Whatever your plan.
We're building our batteries. Keep your pants on, lady. Yeah, we're making good progress here. First human city on Romulus has begun. Construct 20 shuttles? Oh, I should have been doing that this entire goddamn time. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're going to just dump this ice because we don't need it. And we're going to switch back to this. And... okay. Where did I build this? Alright, here we go. Got 2 more of these. Got 800. Ooh, we might actually be just about ready with these batteries. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. And we also need... do I need any of these other things? I don't think we do. Oogie Boo, thank you for coming on over to the site. Look at you being a true chatter. Oh, no. Okay. That's not great. We're gonna change this to making our fun little alloys. Cool. Now... we need these to go here to Sector 6. Because Sector 5 doesn't have a shuttle bay where we can construct stuff.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Yo, Kyrie, thank you for gifting a sub to Augie Boo. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay. These two, and then we do need a stockpile here. Fuck. Alright. We actually don't need iron here, so we'll change this to that. And we will change this over, and we need to move all of this. Yeah. Okay. I can think of a few other things to research now that I'm aware of our resource shortages, which is not great. Okay, we need non-workers from Sector 1 to go to Sector 4. And we will need colonists from Sector 4 to go to Sector 1 for disembarkation. Oh, we do not have nearly enough colonists. Okay, we are going to pull a little switcheroo here. We're going to dismantle these cryo centers. And this. Get rid of this road. Yes, we can get rid of the road. Nice. We'll build another colonizing building right here. If we can. Yeah, we should be able to dismantle this. Why aren't they being dismantled? Oh, that's why. Because I'm a big dipshit. I'm a big-time dipshit. We actually needed that road. God damn. Fuck. Can I get rid... I think I can get rid of this building. Which would then... Okay, gonna build that. Should be good. We can do this, and this, and hopefully this will allow us to build our training goddamn center. It did not. However, we can destroy this. Piranesi's launched a missile because they're assholes. Okay, space! And also this thing. Okay, we have only half of our shuttles, and we are so low on the resources we need to build them. This is not great. We do not have a whole lot of time left. I wasted so much time. Because I didn't know what to do. Okay, we've charged the batteries. And we are definitely training colonists. Good, good. God damn, Sector 5, why are you on fire? I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. Your favorite chips are Cheetos? Then you need to try, my friend. I mean this with all sincerity. You need to try the California Reaper Cheetos. They are a revelation. They are so fucking good. I have some and I want to eat them right now, but I'm not because I'm a goddamn professional. Coyote, more like cryote. Why? Okay. Need to finish 7 more of these shuttles. I think we can do this. I think we can do this. Got 2 more in there. We've got 2 more in here. That is 4. And then we need... five, 6. And we'll build the next one right here. 7. Ah, shit. Okay, they are building the countermeasure. It might not be done by the time the missile hits. Fuck. Living in New Zealand sucks for the chip game. You have, like, no good regional flavors. Don't you got like Utz? Don't you have like the New York thing where you have like Utz and onion dip? Opinion on Canada? Jokingly, I will say it's terrible, but for real life, I love maple syrup, and they seem really nice, and basically they're just like Minnesotans. So I feel very at home with Canadians, and I like that they have, socialized medicine. That's pretty cool. I do like that. I wish we had that. Fuck. Okay, we are running out of power for some reason. It better not be... Okay. We kind of need the Exodome to keep everybody happy at this point, so... What else can we turn off here? I guess I could turn off one of these airlocks. That'll get us exactly the amount of power we need. Okay, now we just need more training centers, I guess. No, we can't do that. Fuck. You know, I think what we have to do, actually, is dismantle this entire airlock. I think that will get us the space we need to train people in this district. We might also be able to squeeze one in here. Okay, we need 2 more of these goddamn ships left. Got one right there. We're waiting on more here. So we need, in District 2, we need more of these guys. Okay. Okay, we're actually doing pretty okay. Doing pretty okay. Fuck. Okay, we're gonna cancel this because it seems like we actually need that for hull integrity, apparently. Apparently. People like their ship not blowing up or something, God. Okay, that's just enough space in Sector 6, which is groovy. God damn, why is the factory on fire? Why are you all on fire all the time? Fire's really bad in space.
Tycoon, the Piranesi is in position to fire upon Remus with his main weapon. We accept our fate without fear or bitterness.
Good. Fuck you. Fuck you, you all sucked. Okay. Okay, we got this one almost done, and this one is literally 1 point away from being done. Okay, we don't need you. We don't need you. We just need like one more of these little fuckers in Sector 1. Come on. Come on. There we go. Also need more of this in Sector 6. Okay, we need... Oh my god! Why? Oh, I'm such a dumb fuck. I didn't have it set to automatically train. Fuck me. Fuck me. So hard. I was wondering why this number wasn't going up. It's because I just totally obliviated. Ugh. Okay, we got all the shuttles. I now have 3 of these training facilities that can train 200 colonists at a time, which is great. But I guess that's 600. It's gonna take me like 9 more cycles. God damn it. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna make this one. I don't know that we're gonna make it. You guys got any other hardballs for me? About snail sex and such? Colonists from Sector 4 are going to move to Sector 1. Or Sector 2, actually. Damn it. I don't think they're very happy here. Fuck me. Transfer the population, assholes! Do it! Oh my god, why? Jesus Christ. Oh, this is a disaster. Do I have opinions on the Communist Youth League? No. Tell me about it. What is it? And should I have opinions on it? Conditions, danger. Yeah, alright. Cool. Wait, why did it not transfer fucking colonists? Colonists from Sector 4 to Sector 2. Okay, and then from Sector 2 to Sector 4, I need only non-workers. Start that migration. There we go. God damn it. Okay, then we have Sector 6, which is just chugging along here. Has 3 colonists, but I also need to close down some of its hot spots here. At this point, we do not need this ever again, which should help a little bit. Train automatically. Not gonna make that mistake again. God, I'm so far behind on producing these goddamn colonists.
Open your eyes, Administrator, and see how I reduce the prospects of the future. They are only fit for assimilation in my bowels. See?
I need non-workers from Sector 5 to go to Sector 1. And I need non-workers from Sector 2. Sector 3? There we go. To go to Sector 1 as well. Okay. Okay, do we have any non-workers in Sector 4 and 6? Okay.
How even a planet is nothing compared to the perfect being.
It's awfully close to that planet. I don't think. Well, we might have enough. Non-workers from Sector 6 can be split to Sector 1. And I'm also going to distribute some of these colonists in Sector 1 to the other sectors so that they can continue being alive. I feel under a lot of pressure right now. Okay. I suddenly have 500 fewer colonists. Why? Is it because they're in transit? That was weird. I didn't like that. Okay. Let's just take stock. Colonists, 200 colonists, and 200 colonists. Okay, in 3 cycles, we'll have another 200. Oh god, we're so close. Come on. Okay, we got another one. Fuck, dude. So we need to get... Okay. Wait, are you guys talking about how James from Pokemon is, like, non-binary? I think that checks out. Or or like a trans lady. I can see James, like, transitioning and being, like, a cute lady. Would you rather have unlimited bacon but no games, or have games, unlimited games, but no games? What? I'd rather have games. I can make do without bacon. Bacon's delicious, but it's not, like, the only thing. Oh no, Remus has been destroyed. Oh well. They were all founded on a corporate cult anyway. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're actually gonna come out okay. Remus has been vitrified. The Piranesi has killed the planet. There's nothing left on its surface. All right. Here we go. Here we go. We weren't able to save that planet, but we can save our asses.
Administrator, if you are listening to this message, it means the Tycoon has reached its destination, despite the unpredictable parameters that framed the equation of its journey. The crew have found a new home, whether the one planned for or another. These survivors have already begun to lay the foundations of a new cradle, where creativity, invention, and joy can bloom again. Perhaps you already understand why I insisted. Why the mission
That's true, we did
launch
save a
was
dog.
precipitated. When I discovered that the lunicalism was inevitable, I also understood that any attempt to save our species after this would have been doomed to fail. You took the helm in the only launch window available to us. Thanks to you, our efforts, our mistakes, our sins and sacrifices will sink into oblivion, into the past, while the first pages are written for a newly born humanity.
Neat. I did finish the game. Poorly. What's bro yapping about? He sent us on a mission into the stars and caused a lunar apocalypse that killed everyone and created like the worst societies on Earth that launched their own attempts to try and save humanity, and all of those went horribly, horribly wrong. And then he hard-coded in a message to the computer to be like, good job, you made it to the planet. Or a different planet, I don't know. And he tried to be like, but I knew that after the lunar cataclysm that you would be, you know, any attempt to settle the stars would be impossible because human beings would be too flawed. But my good bitch, did you ever consider that you caused that cataclysm by launching this ship? We could have avoided the entire fucking thing. The game is done. Yeah, we were in the final chapter. Why did I get Dune vibes from that? I mean, because that is kind of the premise of Dune, right? Like, Dune, the entire universe of Dune is built on the idea that human beings threw themselves out into the stars and just began colonizing all kinds of places in the galaxy. So the game is basically pointless? What do you mean it's basically pointless? Gamer G, maybe we'll have a movie night after this, and we'll watch Dune. It's a good movie. Dune is Harry Potter for leftists. That sounds like a gigantic insult to Dune. Which one? The new one? We'll watch it in the Discord. Use !Discord in the Riverboat chat, and you'll get a link. Or go to riverboat.gg/Discord. I've actually not watched anything with Adventure Time. Ooh, Archangel. I should watch Mad God at some point. I feel like I need to be in the right headspace for it. I mean, I guess the game was pointless insofar as we started at point A and now we've gotten to point B. The end. But boy, what a journey. Is ravioli a noodle or a dumpling? Well, it's a dumpling. Dumpling, what is a dumpling but a noodle wrapped around meat? Right? I think I'm missing something. No, just exclamation point Discord, no space. They're boiled cannoli. I hate that. Thanks for that. Dune does have its problems. I find its problems to be interesting, unlike Harry Potter's problems, which are not. But yeah, we beat the game. This was fun. I will probably play it again on a harder difficulty at some point. And maybe try and save those shitty corporate religious zealots at the end. Is magical genocide okay? Yes or no? Is magical slavery okay? The only real answer is yes. That's Harry Potter in a nutshell. Well, folks, if you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos to help keep your streamer, me, alive. And hop into the Discord. We'll have a little communal thing. I need to finish Baldur's Gate 3 first, Salmon Moose. I liked it until what if the main character became a worm? But he who controls the spice controls everything. Controls the universe. Also, there are some justifications. It sucks. Basically, if you're an Atreides, everything sucks for you, and nothing is good ever, and you can feel no joy. You must only suffer. Unless your name is Paul, in which case you just have a child and pass that burden on to him. The end. Don't forget the racist stereotypes in Harry Potter. True. Would you guys still love me if I was a Clorm? What does the top mean? Oh, it's a Warhammer shirt. I got it at E3 years ago, and I just really love it. It's a very comfortable sweatshirt, and also I just think it looks cool. But it's for the game Space Wolf or Space Hulk Deathwing. Same, Augie Boo. Same. Suggesting that Kingsley Shacklebolt wasn't a good representation of black wizardry. No, I'm suggesting that all of the justifications to continue the enslavement of house elves are terrible, and specifically are just like, what if all of the South's arguments to maintain slavery were true? I've already said I would join the Tau. It's true. If you are an average human in Warhammer 40K, your best possible life is joining the Tau. That's my look. That's just facts. It's not even like really that controversial. if I'm born as like any average person in Warhammer 40k, I would join the Tau. Or hopefully be lucky enough to be born on like a paradise planet or a garden world or something. I guess maybe it wouldn't be so bad to be a serf on like a feudal planet, but man, crossing the big E ain't smart. I mean, there's no good choices in Warhammer 40k. Like what you want to live in a hive city? It sucks. You eat corpses every day, and everything sucks, and you're monitored all the time, and basically everyone's just waiting for you to die so you become food. Jack's not wearing knots. It's just a skull with a sword. It's just a Warhammer shirt. I hate 40k lore. I know. Are you telling me being a mushroom orc doesn't sound like the ideal life? Well, look, if you're born, like if you're born a human in Warhammer 40k, being on a Tau world is a good thing. If you are born an orc in Warhammer 40k, everything's gravy. Everything's just wonderful. Nothing bad can happen to you if you're an orc. Isn't the Imperium just space fascists? Kinda. Depends on where you are in the Imperium. My boobies are looking so snug. They've looked better. Thank you, though. One of my college gamer friends was an unironic, I want to live in Warhammer 40k. That's fucking weird. Weirdly wanted to join Valhalla. I mean, that's pretty easy to be arranged in the real world. Why would you need to be in Warhammer 40k for that? How many subs for a virgin killer stream? Oh my god. It would have to be a lot, and I'd have to be wearing like a bralette underneath the virgin killer, specifically because it's so close to TOS. It's so close to TOS constantly. But if I wore a bralette and like short shorts, I could do the virgin killer stream. Who wins 40k or the SCP canon? SCP canon. SCP canon has stuff like I don't like things that destroy multiverses, like 100%. Anyway, let's go. I'm gonna go do a Morby in the Discord for friendos. See you, folks.